Good evening, Night City. And welcome to Night City Stargazers, Episode 3. Last we had left off, the 4 mercs that we are following in this story have been given a job by a fixer named Octavio. Octavio informed them that a certain individual of the Haywood community had gone missing, and their mother had put out a call for someone to go and rescue them. The suspicion was that this young man had been abducted by scavs. And when our team of mercs took the job and went to the abandoned, well, more or less abandoned, apartment building to find this group of scavs, they discovered 5 individuals whom they dealt with pretty readily and found the victim. Of course, other victims lay mutilated, torn to pieces, parts ripped out, scooped out, and their victim among them, his eyes having been removed, known to have been implants. Possibly rather expensive ones based on the list of previously sold parts that they found. And so, now, they stand in the apartment complex with their young man in a tub of ice, barely breathing, but alive. So, seeing the scene, as grotesque as it is, your mind is set on your mission. So, with your contract now in your possession, what do you do?
Well, first things first. With the patient having been given a very quick go-over, we need to get out of here, so I'm taking the patient and doing as best as I can to move them to the truck.
Okay.
Trix, can you give Orvan a hand?
Yeah, sure, no problem. And she'll go and give him a hand with it.
Okay.
You'll take the
Slideye?
legs, I'll take the upper torso, keep them level, let's not rock them too much.
Slideye, you got the truck ready?
Slideye's not there because the last scene was them getting the truck.
Yeah, you got the truck ready?
You handed them
Yeah.
the keys, you whacked inside. Slideye's not there. Probably getting the
I'm
truck.
talking to you on the
hope.
hollow.
Yeah.
I got you on the hollow, homie.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, your limousine awaits.
Fantastic. We're coming out now.
And sure enough, I imagine that if this is a ground floor situation, that the truck is literally backed up to the point where the wheels have jumped onto the porch.
Yep, you've got the back of the truck backed up against the entryway towards the apartments. Trix and Orvan, you lift the young man out of the tub of ice. He's been stripped of all of his clothing as well, and you see that he's also starting to come to a little bit. You see him kind of groaning and blinking what's left of his eyelids, but you see that he's starting to raise his arm. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Wait.
I would like to try before he gets too far. Given the med bag, would it be within relative... What's the word? Possibility. Let's go with that. That I would be able to medically put him unconscious?
With a sedative?
Yes.
Do you have a sedative on your person?
Sadly, no, just the medical bag.
I might have something.
Because it does say that I have everything needed for stabilization.
Okay. As part of your med bag to stabilize. Okay. I would say you have medications that you believe would calm him down if he were to go into shock. Which based on your observations, he may go into shock. So you can administer something to prevent that if you'd like.
Then I will be doing that, while also...
You also have your
trying
hands
to
full.
calm him down a little, or at least distract him, while we get him into the truck.
So are you putting him down for a moment to reach into your bag?
Yeah. Once we gently put him in the truck, I'm hopping in the back and doing that.
Well, he's kind of flipping out before you even get to the entryway.
Oh. Then yeah, we're putting him down. Can't have him doing stuff while we're trying to get him into a truck.
Yeah, I'm at the door. I'm asking what's going on back there.
Help! He starts to scream, "Help me!"
Hey.
Calm down.
Calm down.
It's
We're
okay.
getting you out of here. We're getting you back home. You need to chill.
He's still shaking, of course, but Orvan, you administer the medication.
Indeed.
Okay. Lou, you were calling into the apartment. Does anyone answer Lou?
Everything's fine. He's just waking up a little.
Well, can you put him back down?
Not entirely, but he'll be calmer.
And so Trix and Orvan, you do pick him back up and start moving him towards the entryway. Lou, you see the young man. He's missing his eyes, some of his eyelids even. You see that he's got most of his, he's got his clothing removed. He looks like he's near frozen because he's been in a tub of ice. And is still shanking with fear, anxiety. Obviously, he's not aware of what's going on around him because presumably he can't see.
You will be fine. We are here to get you home. It will be alright.
Orvan, I'm riding in the back with you.
Then who is driving?
That's gonna be Slide.
And you also hear sirens in the distance.
You can drive, right? We don't have a lot of time. We gotta get moving now.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. Trix, follow on the bike.
That was my plan.
Fantastic. Meet us at the rendezvous.
Okay. Now, which button is it to go forward?
Oh, Jesus God. Do you want to switch with me and you hold him down?
And I think it's at that point we're going to end up driving off.
Okay.
And as we start, Orvan's going to get his personal link, and we're going to jack into the patient to check his bio monitor, just in case there's something we haven't noticed.
You plug in using the cord conveniently attached to your wrist into the side of his neck where his neural port is. You look to see if you can reach his biomon. But his biomon is not providing you feedback.
Okay. So it's giving me some kind of error, or just not replying in general?
It's not replying. It's like your attempt to read it is blocked.
Does he happen to have any neurochips in him at the moment?
Make me an investigation check of some kind.
Investigation check. All right. Let us see where that would be. Would that be awareness?
It might be under awareness, I think.
Perception?
I'm looking to see if there's something more appropriate to that.
Could be under technique.
I would even say that this would be... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call this a perception check.
Alrighty.
Because I didn't realize that there wasn't a separate investigation. Ooh,
That is a crit for a 23.
Ooh, loading. Oh yeah, you've seen this kind of thing before, where chips with the signal blockers for those patients who might be a little bit more upscale, so to speak.
Insured?
Possibly. And you find that you have dealt with expired patients who have had such kinds of chips installed into the neural ports when going to a high profile, maybe corpo kid in the past, where the scavs will block even the most rudimentary of trauma team plans in order to keep your team from swooping in within 90 seconds. You have experienced this before, of course, and so you reach for the shard port and you eject it. And when you do, his biomon gives you feedback. Heart rate elevated, blood pressure high, heartbeat racing, body temperature lower than normal, but thanks to the medicine that you administered, he's stable for now. But he needs a hospital.
Definitely. He would then also speak up. There isn't a blanket or spare jacket. No?
I mean, it's a truck. I'm bound to have like a truck blanket, right? Like maybe even like a metal, like a Mylar blanket.
Yeah, I'd say that you'd have something like that. You know, a tarp or something.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I pull like a tarp over him and kind of tuck it in around him. I tuck it very tightly in case he decides to wake up and start kicking around again.
He's shivering. His breathing is kind of shallow, but you kind of tuck this tarp around him to try and, you know, promote his body temperature going up. He's not completely out cold, but he is in a more sedated-ish state. He tries at least to look at you, Orvan, and and Lou with those orbless sockets. Where am I? Who are you?
We're friends of your ma.
My ma.
Yeah, we're taking you home, kid.
Shit.
It's during that Orvan's eyes would, well, one of them, as a text message goes to Lou. Because he's not going to say this out loud. It says, needs a hospital.
And Lou, you know that there are, of course, trauma team vehicles that you've seen periodically, but there's also meat wagons. Ambulances that service those who don't have trauma team coverage, who are usually picking up dead bodies. But you could take him to the nearest clinic, Ripperdoc, somebody.
I'm gonna send a text out to the team that says, you saw the shard. Where do we take this kid?
And Orvan, you're fully aware of the rendezvous point. It's the mega building in Haywood.
And then they've got a plan that we're not aware of. And so yeah, so how do you respond, I guess?
I think I'm gonna leave that to the others, as Orvan is pretty focused on keeping this guy stable and relatively calm.
How far is Nathan's place from the rendezvous point?
I believe Nathan is a Ripperdoc in Haywood.
Yep, he is.
So he's maybe a 10-minute drive at most.
Trix is going to respond in similar fashion, going, I know a dock in the area. 10-minute drive out from where we need to be.
Still, you hear sirens approaching, even on your position, though you're driving.
Approaching in the sense that they're following us, or approaching in the sense that they are just existing?
They just exist. You are certain that the gunfire and the call for backup maybe has stirred up some other firefights going on in the area. Definitely headed toward that apartment.
I'm gonna lean up to the seats. I assume there's like a pass. I'm gonna say to Slideye, keep the speed low. I know this kid's in trouble, but we can't afford to stop. And then she lowers her voice and she says, what's the rendezvous point supposed to be?
Slideye, were you the one who knew the rendezvous point, or was it just...
Yep.
Slideye and Orvan.
Me and Orvan.
Okay. And Lou was asking you where the rendezvous is.
We'll get there when we get there.
Sounds good, Chief. She pats the back of the seat and goes back to the tarp. She sits back down with the patient and with Orvan. She says, Orvan, right?
You would notice that he has definitely heard you, but he is not paying attention. He is very focused on his patient.
She's got her fingers tented. And she's like, sort of stooped next to you. She's like, I hope you're planning on trusting our client.
At that, he speaks up a little. It doesn't. Trust is no factor. We are paid to do the job. If you excuse me, I need to pay very close attention. I cannot afford distractions.
Mm-hmm. Will you let me know if he wakes up? And with that, she's going to go back up to the front of the cab and sit in the other seat.
Speaking of the cab, Slideye. Are you maintaining speed limit? Are you speeding? Are you running traffic?
If I have no reason to end up going faster, I am staying within the speed limit. We do not end up needing to end up getting further attention. Remember, the client ended up asking for discretion. And right now, the client or the package is in a medtech's hands, so I'm going to trust the medtech to be able to do his job.
Okay. So I'm going to say that this is going to be some kind of driving check.
There's that vehicle check.
There is a vehicle check. You are looking not to draw attention to yourself. So, let's...
I believe that would be a drive land vehicle?
Oh,
yes,
that's what I thought.
But it's also not going to be a super high difficulty. This is going to be more treated as your driving check is more of a, are you standing out amongst traffic or are you not? So
then let me roll it.
All right. Okay. A 10 is good.
Ouch.
10 is solid. A 10 is fine. The sirens of the NCPD move throughout the neighborhood. But they're not drawn to you. You maybe hear on a radio channel that you've tuned into that they're checking out that apartment before going into police code about this and that and everything else. They're unaware that you've been there. Well, maybe they're aware because the scavs are dead, but as far as who was there, well, it's going to take a lot more time than just a cursory glance to find out. And maybe that's time enough for you to go unnoticed. So, in driving, are you taking him back to the mega building where your rendezvous point is directly, or are you taking him to a Ripper first?
Good question. Doc, how much faith you got in your capability to end up here getting this person going, or do we need to end up seeing a Ripper?
Assuming we get to the rendezvous in good time, should be stable. If it's a long term, no.
Doc, it is.
Okay.
rather end up getting us there, and I'm going to take him to a Ripper dock at this point to end up keeping everything on the down low at this point.
Okay. And Trix has informed you that she knows of a Ripper not too far away. And so, following her bike, you go to an alley. An alley that leads to a little shop. A little shop kind of tucked away in the back of everything. And what you find is a man who is middle-aged. He's tall, black hair, sports on a bit of a glasses look with a leather jacket pulled over, so jeans, a t-shirt, maybe an old band t-shirt. Looks a little worn, maybe a few years, decades old. And the signature of this man is that he is a Ripper Doc is the tool arm he has on his right hand. Trix, you would know this to be Nathaniel, as would Slideye. Nathaniel Palmer.
The second that they decided to change and go to Nathan, she would have called ahead to him, let him know that they were coming in.
Okay. So you're kind of leading the charge, entering into the doc's office, or so to speak.
Yep.
Okay. Because he's already prepared with some tools and everything to perform some emergency surgeries if he needs to. His chair's empty, cleaned, sanitized, and he looks like he's ready to operate. You got your patient, Trix?
Yeah, they're coming in with him now. Or they should be.
I will help Orvan carry him in.
Okay. Slideye, are you following in?
Yeah, though begrudgingly. Mostly on the fact that I need a consultation. You know, given the fact that a chunk of my face has currently been removed.
Indeed. And Nathaniel looks over you, Trix, and says, "What the fuck happened to you?" Because you're still kind of got a little bit of blood stains on your shirt and from your ear and nose.
Network didn't like me too much. I'm fine, I promise.
Jesus, Trixie.
First time it's ever bit back in a long time. Besides, I'm not the worst one off here. Aside from, our patient here. Good old Slideye over here got it worse.
And he looks over, and Slideye, there's a bit of recognition going on there. Hey. Long time no see.
Yeah. Sorry to end up bothering you at such a late hour, but had to end up going to somebody who was trustworthy.
No, you said you had a patient, so let's get him up on the table. And
let's do it.
He goes to help you, Lou and Orvan, to get the young man on the operation chair. And Nathaniel goes straight to work, plugs the kid into his into this computer setup where he looks like he's punching a bunch of numbers on on a keypad, spending a few moments just kind of studying the screen for a moment before saying to you all, it's a good thing you got there when you did. Another few moments and this kid would have been icicles.
Yeah, he definitely... One of the worst cases I've seen. Not the worst. Pretty bad, though.
I'm worried, though. He kind of shows you the screen, and it's a lot of techno garble that maybe you know, maybe you don't. And he tells you, this kid's never going to see again.
That's what I was afraid of. I had a feeling, but...
Implants weren't properly ejected. His brain's a little fried. I just scooped him out, willy-nilly. And that kind of damage isn't reparable.
Sounds about right for where we got him from.
Scavs?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Figures. Sons of bitches. Animals.
Why I never feel any remorse for offing them. They do this.
It's a pretty inhumane attitude, Doc.
Sometimes there are two ways to save a life. Sometimes it is taking, sometimes it is healing.
Geez, whatever happened to the Hippocratic Oath?
I didn't exactly take that.
You call yourself a fucking doctor. I'm a back alley ripper, but at least I got principles. He starts going in and starts doing what he can to stabilize and repair any damage done to the kids' eye sockets and things. Because while he might not ever be able to see again, he might be able to have, well, fake eyes at some point.
If this is going on, then Slideye is going to go to, I imagine, is maybe a workbench or something like that that's away from the action at this point. Sits down in the doc's chair like this is a familiar place. And when she does so, her wrist suddenly takes a horrible 90-degree turn as the mantis blade that creates most of her forearm unleashes and extends and proceeds to try and end up cleaning it out. All those bits end up getting in between the mechanisms and lead to rust. Nothing rusts like blood. Even if you treat it, even if you oil it, even if you do everything right, you still have to maintain. Which is really difficult given the fact she effectively has one eye at this point when she starts to... Well, mostly it's the lack of tissue that's there. She starts to end up taking tools and is maybe making adjustments or something along those lines. You know, she seems to be at least somewhat familiar with the mechanism to the point where she's able to tinker with it outside of the doc's expertise. But mostly she just needs, she definitely needs to get away from this conversation that Orvan's having with the Ripper Doc.
Lou comes over and does the same thing. She starts by washing the blood off of her face, but also rinsing it out of her mouth, and out of her teeth, and pulling pieces of flesh out. She says, boy, isn't that hard to do with just one hand?
Harder to do with no hands.
Yeah, I guess so. She just wipes off with a towel and throws it back in the sink.
Besides, can't you be solved with the toothpick? They're cute, by the way.
Hmm.
I remember back in 62, saw them all over the place, you know. Fads and wear. Fucking Nova when I ended up looking at them. Begged mom to end up getting a pair, and she just rolled her eyes. Probably jeopardized my career if I did, so smart play on her part, I suppose.
Your career, not as a solo.
No. No. Modeling, actually.
Hmm. So before you were all chrome and edges, you were what? Chrome and curves.
That's the idea.
Hmm.
By everybody's got a type. It's nice to be able to change into whatever that type is. It's good money for it, especially if the name recognition is enough to end up being able to, well, get the whole thing. Now it's it's just a bunch of graphics and facsimile and voice modulation. But my fault for pursuing a dream, right? She finishes up and her hand it reconstitutes itself.
Yeah, if you shine chrome long enough, you can see yourself in it. Hey, that's a pretty good tagline.
But
You
it'd be
think I
wrong.
could be a copywriter someday?
No.
Yeah, me either.
Copywriter would imply that you're working in corpse. You don't strike me as the type that can end up handling that.
No, I'd be liable to bite someone's head off.
Yeah. And like most kids from Watson, you take pride in it.
You bet I do.
Yeah. Besides, I haven't got paid yet, so we'll end up waiting on the dock till that ends up happening. Besides, is that really what you came all this way to talk about?
No, I just came to shoot the shit. She's gonna pull a sort of pinkish reddish can out of her bag. Um, it says 16 fluid ounces, high energy, high life, and a black like pop out graphic. It says smash. She's gonna pop the tab and sort of no, she's gonna bite the side with her freshly cleaned fang and then pop the tab and shotgun it. And
Wasn't
then
aware you were... Oh, go ahead.
crush the can up and toss it in the can right by the thing.
Yeah, that's about how you do it.
So sorry, I get a little nervous before negotiations.
Helps to know your position. Nice part about this kind of work is if you already know the other person's lying to you, you got nothing to worry about.
What do you think they're lying about?
Scavs got done in. We ended up here pulling someone out. You know who they are? Who's rich enough to end up here saying, I want to pull that person out? Do you really think that this was about the meat? Or do you think it was about the Arasaka implants? Getting the optics going? Hoping that we got there in time? Whole thing's a bet. Keep an eye out. Oh,
Okay,
God,
I'll do my best.
My head's still leaking. Damn it.
Yeah. She says, "Yeah, sorry. I got another can, but I don't think it's gonna help with that."
Don't drink it. Yeah, the stuff has a corrosion effect, specifically on certain polymers that are oftentimes used in esophagus lining when you end up replacing those.
That's
Any
too bad to
replace
hear.
could be worse. Could have lost my sense of taste.
Well, I know things were tight in there, but if they'd gotten any worse, just you come
You
to me.
called.
I've got the hard stuff too.
You came to me for help,
Mm.
and I obliged. Because that's part of the contract. Besides, honestly, I think you're too young for the work. But you wanted to prove yourself, and you want to end up getting out of Watson. Big player. So go ahead. Reach for the stars. Maybe your name could be in lights too.
Quick question: are you seriously wounded?
Yes.
Is that something you're worried about currently?
Does she seem to be fretting over it?
I don't know. No? No?
What would be the check on that? That would be an empathy check?
I would
Yeah,
say
I think so.
empathy versus if you're trying to deceive her, a deception check.
Or I've got a social, what is it? Social read? Human intelligence? What's that called?
Human perception. Insight check. Yep.
Human perception. Yeah, can I do a human perception roll to see if...
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I believe that'll go... I'm going to say that's versus Slideye's deception if she... Or persuasion if she's being deceptive or not.
That's kind of what I'm trying to suss out.
No worries. Let's see here. Perception, conversion, streetwise, interrogation, bribery. I'm trying to end up finding deception.
It'd be under social.
Bribery, conversation.
Maybe it's just persuasion. Maybe they don't have it.
Maybe.
Okay, I'll do persuasion.
Maybe they don't bother putting it in there.
Yeah, go ahead and do a persuasion.
Or maybe it's under performance.
Performance is acting, yeah.
Though that might have come.
You could do either or, I guess, technically.
Yeah. So, Slideye, are you trying to hide something from her, or are you being genuine?
Probably the closest the Loup will end up getting to, given 16 versus 14. Mm-hmm. I would end up saying is
kind of hard
that,
to read at first, yeah.
Slideye isn't registering that she's wounded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she still feels pain, but the way she might express it is more of a matter of fact rather than the actual sensation itself. There's a disconnect between where she is emotionally and where she is physically.
And this crosses the line with like the cyberpsychosis problems too, right? Like where you're like dealing with your body as like interchangeable parts.
Depends on how well what read you are on cyberpsychosis lore. So I guess that is entirely in your hands.
I don't think that
Lalou's probably heard
she
the
is.
rumors about cyberpsychosis.
Yeah. She's definitely never seen it personally.
You've maybe seen Max Tac fly overhead, and you assume they're going after some kind of psycho, because while they're not common, they do call in the city's elite for dealing with such things, because those people tend to be pretty violent.
Only time it makes the news is if the body count reaches in the high 30s. Otherwise, it's just another day in Night City.
And so,
I mean, Lou is
you don't really know
high social.
Yeah, you don't really know the technical details, but you do know that it happens, and you do know it's because, theoretically, that it's because of implants.
She's got a major implant herself, so she's felt that loss of humanity personally. So it's not like a giant leap for her to say, okay, here's somebody who's had major implants done. This is somebody who's almost certainly had a greater loss of humanity than herself.
Potentially.
And then to see you go through the same trauma that she just did, compound that with the physical trauma of what you've just gone through. Listen, when you asked for a cigarette, she was ready to offer you hard drugs then. So yeah, she's trying to figure out how to offer you hard drugs now.
Okay, so that's what you're trying to do. Like that's your goal?
Absolutely.
Okay. Since I guess you're struggling a bit with how to approach that, if I'm understanding what's going on here, I guess we can always bring it to a roll.
And I want to share, like, mechanically, there's a reason to want this, but also, like, and also I've got a roll for my boost use. If you want me to do that now, Coffee.
If you're wanting to roll for a boost, go for a boost.
Well, I drank one and I want to get the benefits, so I have to roll for addiction.
Okay.
Last 24 hours for the duration of the primary effect, the user's intelligence increases by 2 points. This can raise... Nope, I'm reading boost. I need to read smash. My bad. 4 hours, yellow foamy, sold in cans. For the duration of the primary effect, the user feels euphoric, loose, happy, ready to party, gives the user +2 to dance, contortion, human perception, persuasion, acting, and conversation.
Ooh.
So that's, I'm thinking, going to help me in the thing. I don't have to roll for addiction with that one, so never mind.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to offer you is black lace.
Ooh.
Last 24 hours, user takes 2d6 humanity upon taking a dose, which is returned if the user isn't affected by the secondary effect for the duration of the primary. The user ignores the effects of the seriously wounded state. The secondary effect is a DV17 humanity loss from the primary effect isn't returned. If the user wasn't already addicted, they are now. While addicted, the user experiences the primary effect. Their ref is lowered by 2 points.
Reflex, yep.
Reflex. So you have a DV17 chance of becoming addicted. You take a 2d6 humanity loss, which is permanent if you become addicted. And for 24 hours, you lose the seriously wounded state. I don't know if you need that, though.
Well, you're worried about it mechanically. Think about it more socially.
Yep.
Yeah, right. So Coffee, just to be clear, is black lace known around? Like, is it one of those cans you know it when you see it moments, or
depends on your streetwise knowledge?
Let's see here. Streetwise would be social. Streetwise, it would be a 6.
I would say there's the potential you've heard of it on the modeling market,
Makes sense.
but it's known to be a hell of an addictive drug. Sold on black, sold in the black market as sort of a painkiller, and Lord knows the celebrities love painkillers.
Yeah, probably.
Standard opiates aren't always the go-to.
Oh, it's a flex to end up seeing who has the good stuff, right?
Yeah, this is the good stuff. I think she's gonna offer it to you, and she's gonna say, "Hey, listen, don't take this right now, but if the shit goes down again, and you don't get cleaned up before we end up in the thick of it, this is gonna get you through the next fight."
The next fight. Right.
Yeah. It's black lace. You ever heard of it?
In passing. Imagine.
It's military painkiller.
Makes sense. You are very bad at saying thank you. But you're welcome. She pockets the can. Looks over at the operation.
Which, Trix and Orvan, you have the opportunity to oversee, participate in if you so like, if Nathaniel's even willing to accept a nurse out of Orvan.
He probably sent Trix to go get cleaned up before anything.
Yep. Get yourself cleaned up before coming back.
And Orvan is probably understands medical etiquette. Don't mess with the doc in his own facility.
And he does work rather quickly.
He knows what he's doing. Orvan's just gonna do it.
When she comes back, Trix is just gonna stay nearby in case he needs her. Or needs any help.
Yeah, as you pass along a tool from here. Oh, pardon me. Here and there when his hands are full. But after a little while, the surgery is complete. And he sits down. He just needs to sleep the rest of it off. Gave him some painkillers. But, yeah, I did what I could for his neurocortex, but the damage is done.
Stable. He's stable enough to move.
Wherever you're taking him. I don't ask questions.
No, you learn by now.
Yeah, but you owe me Trix.
I'm aware. I'll probably be giving you part of my cut from this job.
I'll ring you on the hollow about it. Don't stress about it.
She's gonna
right
pat
now.
his shoulder. Yeah, she's gonna pat his shoulder on the way out. Tell Blunder I might need him to look into a couple things.
I'm sure he'll be plenty obliged. You just have to send him a message. He gets all lit up in the face.
Right? He's better about looking into this shit than I am. He knows where to look more.
Don't tell me you're digging into business you shouldn't.
Just a curiosity, nothing more. I'm not digging too far into it. Just a couple names I recognize, that's it.
Okay. You don't have a deep dive set yet. So,
Don't want one either.
all netrunners want a deep dive.
But she's just giving him this amused look. I run outdated hardware. You really think I want to go deep diving?
No, you'll fry your brain.
Exactly. I'm fine with what I've got.
Good. 'Cause I don't need you getting stuck on the net. What's left of it, anyway.
Yeah. Too many horror stories about that one.
Yeah, I don't want you becoming one of them.
Tell you what, I think you can fix up Slideye and just add it to my tab. I think she'd appreciate having her eye back.
Yeah, we can get that going right now. He looks over at you, Slideye.
We got time?
I don't know, do you got time?
As the boss lady.
Yeah. Yeah, she gives you one of these. Says, I'd like our solo put together. Thank you very much.
Solo. He pulls over another like a stool and has you sit on it because he's, unless you're going to be moving the patient, he's not moving the patient for you.
I'm gonna end up here doing this. In fact, she probably ends up going, or she kind of ends up wheeling the chair that she's sitting in over the dock and just kind of takes an arrest position right beside the other patient.
So how in the hell did? Well, it looks worse than it is. He kind of gives you a little bit of a look over. Yeah, nothing a little bit of medication ought to do. And he does what he kind of stitches together the large kind of gash that's in your skin, kind of covers it up with things to make the scar disappear, cleans up the blood, looks at your eye. It's not damaged. That's good. And kind of stimulates it to repair on its own. With
I imagine most of the damage is more on the orbital frame around the eye than the actual eye itself.
Yeah, and so he says, yeah, it looks a lot more nasty than it is. You're gonna wanna stick, keep the bandage on it for a while.
Don't worry, I'll end up coming in to get replacement synth skin to end up covering up, being good as normal afterwards. Right now, it's about the job, she says. She's just feeling him poke around. She almost imagines herself like... It's less of a talking to a doctor and more like discussing it like you're an AV in the shop, you know?
Need any
She's
fine-tuning?
surprisingly...
Oil?
Not gonna lie, I'd probably appreciate a few suppressants more than anything, but I can't hit you up right now, so I don't want to ask.
Trix said it's on her tab. You need blockers. I got blockers.
I'd appreciate that, Doc.
She's the only reason why I'm not as injured as I could have been.
Yeah, kept my Trix pretty damn safe then.
What I was brought on for. And you always do good work, Doc.
I didn't realize the two of you knew each other.
We don't.
Got thrown together tonight for the first time.
Doing
Hell,
the
I
same
didn't
job.
know she knew you until tonight.
Well, first time for everything. Surprises all around. He finishes stitching your face up, Slideye, and goes over to a cabinet where he pulls out a brown paper bag that when he moves it in his hands, you hear that there's a couple of things rattling in the inside.
Yeah, it's the usual, trying to end up anybody walking out who actually saw what the medication was. You always get those sideways glances because everybody knows what that's about.
Enough for a couple days.
I'll try and take it easy.
Should last a week.
I'll see if I can make it last 2.
Just be careful, all right?
That depends on everybody else, doesn't it? Part of the job description. She gets out of the chair.
Well, I may be a ripper, but hey, at least you can get trusty work.
I'll look after your trick.
She's got multiple. That's why she's called Trix.
Well, I've been in the modeling agency. Everybody's got tricks.
Yeah. Heard that one enough times.
It's okay. It's a good name.
Come on, let's get this kid home.
Sounded like you were about to say something, Amber. It looked like Loup was about to end up saying something like, all right, come on in.
Well, at hearing that it's time to take the kid home, Orvan, who was pretty much just standing on the sidelines, walks over, picks up the patient, and just kind of walks out.
And I guess I'll get driving. Thanking the Ripper Doc.
Last you see of him is he's going to the sink to rinse off and And you four walk out of this back alley little doctor's office. Clean, though it might be. So, where to next?
Meeting point.
Meeting point.
Where to next?
We gotta drop off the package and end up being able to end up collecting our fee. Give him a ring,
Yeah.
tell him we're on our way.
You got it. Yeah. She steps aside, pulls out a physical phone, dials the number, says, we've got the package. He's in good condition. We're bringing him to the rendezvous point. ETA looks back to you guys. 10 minutes.
Good. And that's all you get, and the hollow call ends.
She hangs it up and puts it back in her bag or her pocket or whatever.
Lalu,
Uh,
when you're talking to the client, don't end up referring to the package as a person.
For the person as a package.
You end up doing that, and that immediately ends up turning into red flags for any NCPD that's listening. And while you might trust your hardware, I'm sure Trix will be the first one to tell you, don't trust theirs.
Did I say person?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Mm.
Oh.
It's okay. I'm having some fun with the fact that it's like, I heard that. And it makes sense.
Damn.
Lou isn't
Caught my
used to
sleepy
operating
ass.
in this, right?
Caught my sleepy ass.
It happens.
She rolls her eyes dramatically. Yeah, got me. Great. Let's fucking go. Up the stairs. To the fucking elevator. Let's go.
You drive your way to the mega building, in which case you see there are plenty of people standing outside and in the ground floor.
What are they doing?
Minding their own business, it seems.
Oh, okay, good. They better.
So, I have a question.
What's that?
The gig. I'm assuming because they wanted this mostly on the down low, we're not just walking in the front door with the person.
No, your rendezvous point is actually in the parking structure.
Cool.
So you drive into the parking structure, nearby to the elevator that would lead to the rest of the building from the parking structure. And you wait for a moment. You see several cars pull in and out as you wait, with your cargo in the back of your truck. You see a car pull up to a parking spot right next to you. It's not an overly dramatic car, but it's not exactly a shitter either. And you see Octavio come out of the car.
Well, that's convenient.
And he leans in on the driver's side. Who's in the driver's seat right now?
I think Loup probably would have driven from this point.
How's it going, Chum?
Oh, swimmingly. Choom.
How did it go?
You know, one big party. Even broke out the piñata.
Look, kid, you don't need to talk in code while we're right here talking to one another.
Look, I will be honest, we busted a head or two.
So I heard. NCPD's all over that damn place.
Nobody we're gonna miss, though, right?
Not so far as I can tell.
And nothing that's gonna come back on us.
I don't think so.
So, no problems, right?
I did tell you to be quiet, though.
We tried, in all fairness. Though,
Lou gives
while it could
you
have
a
gone
look.
better, while it could have gone better, we're all four still here. We've done what you asked for the most part.
Kind of stands up a little straight and looks at the covered bed of the truck.
The kid's well. We even took him by a ripper doc first, made sure he was ship shape.
That's not an expense that I would cover. You're on your own for that one.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't have it on our conscience if we lost him. As long as you don't take anything off the top for the noise, we're not going to have any issues.
Yeah. See, that's where we're gonna have a little bit of a problem. You're getting the 1,000. And I'll take it from here.
Isn't that what we were offered?
It is what you were offered if you got messy.
Oh. I thought that was the base pay, sorry. What was the pay if we didn't get messy?
5,000.
4,000, so each person would get 1,000.
Oh.
4 or 5.
This is 1,000 flat.
Yeah.
Split 4 ways.
Oh, good lord. Oh my god.
Have fun, Choom. This is your thing. Negotiations.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, sorry. I am personally dying.
That's okay. What you
Okay.
can do,
No, I'm coming back around. Yeah. Okay.
you can always ask for a roll. I will never turn you down for asking for a roll.
It is time for several rolls.
I intended there to be a couple of rolls here anyway, but if
Can I read him for how? Can I first read him for how full of shit he is?
For how full of shit? Okay. Are you
Yeah,
looking to read
because
into any
I don't
other
think
emotions?
that our noise level. Well,
because I'll call it into what roll?
Yeah. Well, what? Okay. Well, okay. I'm trying to get a human perception roll.
Okay. So you're looking to
Just
check
to
into
read him.
See if he's lying to you. See if he's hiding something. See if he's
Yeah.
upset, happy.
How upset he is with our position.
Yeah.
Or if he's just lowballing us.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a human perception.
And we're gonna add 2 for my alcohol.
Yeah, 2 for your your smash drink.
2 for my smashing.
Okay. And that's 17 plus 2 would be 19. He's lowballing you for sure.
That's what I thought.
He's definitely on the doesn't want to pay out as much as he promised. Sort of a.
Yeah, he just
sort of
doesn't
a
want to
thing.
pay us.
He wants to hang on to his finder's fee, as it were, as much as
I
any other
understand.
tomb. What you do also read
Okay.
off of him is that he had higher hopes for this job.
Okay.
He had
So I'm gonna
maybe hoped that the NCPD wouldn't have gotten involved.
So I'm gonna get out of the car now, and I'm gonna separate us, me and him, from the car.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna walk off with just him
Okay.
and have a now private conversation. And I'm gonna say, "Can I see you over here for a minute?"
Absolutely. And you do notice that he is packing a pistol.
Yeah. No. I hope that wasn't threatening in any way.
No, of course.
I hope that wasn't threatening in any way.
No, but it's just something you notice on him.
Okay. Cool. She says, what is his Octavio? Octavio, listen, Chum, I know we haven't worked together before. Have you worked with any of these other fellows before this job?
I will admit this was a bit of a test run.
That's right. Do you want me and these other fellows to survive until the next job?
Whether you can actually pay your rent or anything like that is none of my business.
Come on, man. You gotta give us something. You know we're not gonna make it on this.
Then actually find more gigs, Chum. That's the work.
We put a lot of money into this, and not just, not just the Ripper dock, but we had hardware, we had personal grievous loss, we had equipment, ammunition that has to be recouped, medical equipment that has to be recouped. I mean, the gas alone, man. What you're offering doesn't come near breaking even. You aren't paying me enough to work for you. I'm going to have to come out of pocket to bring my team up to 0. And you want me to go back there and tell them that I've got their best interests at heart?
I don't see
How's
how
that
that's my
supposed to
problem.
work? I'm making it your problem.
Careful, kid.
Because I think you know that we did a pretty good job tonight. And I don't think, she points, that you're coming out of pocket as much as you say you are. Now, I understand if you have to penalize us for a little bit of noise. I understand if you have to pay the boys in blue to look the other way. A little bribe goes a long way. I'm willing to understand that. But all or nothing doesn't meet mustard.
I can't cover your tracks if I don't get paid either.
I understand. But you shouldn't expect me to starve. And
Whether you're
if I
easing...
can roll now, that'd be great, because that's all I got in the tank.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. But he's also going to clip back.
Thanks.
Whether you're eating easy beef or kibble is not my problem.
Brother, if I can smell kibble, I'll be happy.
Ugh.
Persuasion?
Yep, persuasion check.
What would you use a conversation check for, do you wonder?
Maybe an oppose.
Personally, I'd think conversation would be holding small talk to distract someone, I'd say.
Or like interrogation, like getting information out of somebody in a conversation?
In a less interrogation kind of way, and more of a how loose-tongued are they?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we got a 12.
So plus 2 is 14?
Plus 2 is 14. Okay. He folds
I
his
should have
arms.
added fucking luck. Sorry.
It's all good. He folds his arms at you. He slow blinks. Kind of shakes his head just a little bit. Looks away for a moment. And then his eyes go blue. Where he's busy on his on his own Neuralink. And with just a thought, your account says 2,000 eddies. What you do with that is none of my business. And he goes back to his car. He takes the kid that you rescued, puts him in the back of his own vehicle, in the trunk, gets in the driver's seat, starts the car up with the rev of the chew, and starts to drive away.
She doesn't leave the spot where they had the conversation during this whole process. She just watches them from there and then comes back over and sits down in the driver's seat. Trix.
Yo.
How much is on the Ripper Docs tab?
Has Nathan told her that yet?
No, he hasn't zipped you the details yet.
He hasn't told me.
But you know that kind of work is in the several thousands of eddies.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. How long is your line of credit good for?
Decent, as long as I'm continuously paying on it.
All right.
It might be a little bit more stricter with this work, but he knows I'd at least be good for it.
All right. Well, I managed to get 800 for each of us.
Alright. I'll start with a portion out of mine for him.
She does the transfer, obviously.
And each of the three of you see 800 eddies in your account now. Which may be enough to scrape by a couple months. If you only eat kibble. Do they even sell that anymore? Which Lalou would leave you with 400.
Mm-hmm.
No, because that would be 2,400.
It'd be me.
Hang on a second. I've got residual in my bank, so
Yeah, because 3 times 800 would have been 2,400.
Yeah, 2,000 divided by 4 is 500 each.
no. Okay, let me do the math. I gave each of you 800, which is 2,400.
Mm-hmm.
He gave me 2K,
Yep.
which adds to my bank. Leaves me to 3,179.
Okay. So 3,179
minus
2,400
2,400 brings me down to 779.
Okay.
Which magically puts me at almost 800.
Yep.
I don't know how I managed to give everyone almost exactly $800, but I did it. I didn't even look at my amount of money, and I still fucking did it.
There you go.
Hey, who's the communist on the stream?
Well, as far as you all know, Lou was able to get a pretty significant chunk and gave you each an $800 check.
Now, don't question it.
Me question Octavio? You? Hell no. I know better.
She doesn't say that. I said that.
Well,
fair enough.
The 4 of you are left with your vehicles, so where to next? Octavio also said that he would be in touch if he gets another job for you.
Well, I suppose this is where we all part ways.
Yeah, is there somewhere I can drop you off?
Kabuki.
How about you, Slideye?
No, I'll walk. Got me this far.
Slideye, you know walking all the way to Santo Domingo is going to take hours.
Yep.
It's meditative.
Also, Orvan is going to wire some money to Trix with a message. 100. Covering a small portion of the medical expenses.
Okay.
Of course, everybody sees that your eyes go blue when you're busy on your hollow.
Yeah. Just kind of gives him a sideways glance and then immediately transfers 500 to Nathan. The 100 from Orvan and then 400 from herself.
Okay.
Before we all go, I have a bit of a habit of cooking. If anyone would care for a meal, I would be willing to cook.
Well, far be it for me to turn down a free meal.
Breaking bread with a corpro. Wow. You know what? I'm in.
Yeah, sure, why not? Couldn't hurt.
Wonderful.
All right. So all of you are off to Kabuki. And Kabuki is Well, the red light district in some cases. It's maybe a little strange to see this young man from Trauma Team whose apartment stands on top of a 5-foot building on Jig Jig Street, where all the Joy Toys make their walks. All of the adult clubs, Loup, that you have dreamed about entering since you basically could find out that such a thing exists.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's her feelings on it exactly.
Well, you would at least know that you get turned away for your age. But on the 5th floor of this 5-story building is a tiny apartment. A tiny apartment that seems to have a stove.
As Orvan would lead you all in, it's a relatively Spartan apartment. He doesn't have a lot of luxuries, but you do notice it's very neat and organized. He comes in, he puts his stuff down as if it had a very specific position. Everything is clean as if he would have expected to do surgery in here if he really had to. But you would definitely notice the smell of actual cooking, even though he is using the normal synth material that everyone has. He tends to do the cooking himself, so it smells a lot better than it probably should. Please, make yourself at home. I have some water in the fridge. Sorry, I don't have anything else. I just have water. If you do not want the cooking, there's an MRE box over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Lou sits down and she says to Trix, what's cooking?
I wish I knew.
I'm making some synth pork swankbraten from my home country.
None of that makes sense to any of you, except for that.
No.
Maybe it's made out of synth meat.
He's making it.
He's making it.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
So, Orvan, I think this is a dish that you've made plenty of times before.
Yes. Swankbraten is a thinly cut, spiced pork dish, which he will serve with whatever the cheap equivalent of a potato would be. I think they have potatoes in Night City still.
Definitely mass-produced.
And it's obvious as he has dressed down, he's not in the armor. He's just in a normal white t-shirt and some normal pants. Doesn't look as corpo now. Sleeves are rolled up. He's going and cooking as if he's been doing this for years. He just knows where everything is, and quickly the room's smelling really good of some nice spices.
He looks just as corporo to me.
Guess once you see it, you can't unsee it.
So, with the synth meat and potatoes now cooked to perfection, Orvan, you serve it to your guests.
Here you go. I know we have all just met, but even back in my old job, I always make sure that we end it on a meal.
You're muted, Derek.
Muted.
Most of you celebrate that somebody actually got to come home, I imagine.
That and I like to try and make friends. Camaraderie among team members is always a good thing, And nothing is better for bonding than a nice home-cooked meal.
Well, can't argue that.
Lou raises her water glass and says, "Chin chin."
To this,
I haven't heard that one in a while. This.
To this.
The water is crisp and
Yes.
refreshing. It's not the dingy, sort of polluted water that you're used to, Slideye, from the Santo Domingo region area. It's actually bottled and crystal clear. Must have been storing this for months. But when you dig into the food, it tastes like I don't know how many of your characters have had a brain dance where you actually get to eat real foods. But it does taste like pork. You have a question, Lou?
Yeah, well, you did say you don't know how many of our characters have had that experience. Lou doesn't remember having had this experience, but she's got this feeling of memory without a hard place of memory. There's something familiar about this dish, extremely familiar about this dish. But she knows she's never had this before. But it's really familiar. She's not sure why. It's
Which is a very bizarre feeling, I'm sure.
really creeping her out, yeah. She says, what'd you say this was again?
Swankbraten from Germany.
Huh. Oinkbraten, huh?
Spankbraten.
Spankbraten, got it.
Oh, you Americans. You cannot pronounce anything correctly.
Yeah, American, right.
I hope you all are at least enjoying the food. Not sure how often you have home-cooked meals.
Five years.
$5 since you have had a home-cooked meal?
Kibble's cheap. Ramen's here, twice as nutritious, but needs to be bought sparingly. And
Yes. That is why I try to cook. It's a little cheaper buying things in bulk and then cooking it.
She gets up kind of like suddenly and like pushes the plate away and goes out the door.
I hope she'll be okay.
I think I need a cigarette. Be right back.
Of course.
Good cooking, Doc.
Thank you.
And she follows along to end up checking up on the Loup.
When you come out the door, she like wipes a tear away really quickly. She says, there's a lot of smells in that place, huh? Mm.
Something like that. You're...
Mhm.
I just came out for a smoke.
Oh, she starts feeling her pockets. Yeah, here. She gives you one.
Takes it. Lights it up.
She
So,
sits down.
uncomfortable.
What?
You seem uncomfortable.
No, I'm good.
Is that why you sprung a leak?
You saw that.
I think everybody saw it.
Shit. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know what that was. I I don't I don't know where that came from. I don't You ever miss something and you don't know what it is?
Frequently, if you believe it.
It's like there's something gone and you don't know when it left. Don't even know it was there in the first place.
Until something happens to come by that just might be the wind blowing the right way, or smell, or a particular touch. Maybe just remembering what it's like to sit on a leather sofa, and suddenly everything comes back.
Yeah, like air across the top of a bottle. Whistling just right. Sorry.
Well, for what?
I don't know. Sorry the job went to shit.
Yeah, it could have went smoother.
What happened out there?
No wirehead, but if I had to end up imagining, the grid was a lot tougher than you'd expect for scabs. Might have ended up taking Trix unaware. Brain ended up going up like 4th of July, and then had to end up intervening and improvising. That's about when you ended up showing up. Tried to keep it quiet, but that's when the shooting started.
I shouldn't have let you go in by yourselves.
What were you gonna do? Part of the job is knowing that something is going to go tits up. That's the game. Preparing for it, being aware that it will go wrong, and making sure you have options to end up playing after it does is all you can do. Everybody has a plan until something goes out of order, and it's a question of how much can you juggle. That's always been the rule in Night City. You think the scavs were expecting somebody to just bust into their homes, scoop up their payday, and fill them with so many holes that they could satisfy the whole of Jig Jig Street?
She kind of gets a smile on her face now, and she says, kind of nice putting those pieces of trash out, wasn't it?
No.
You don't like it?
It's a job.
No.
To you, I imagine you look at what they did and imagine that got what they deserved. Maybe you're right. So what happens when it's you and you're somebody else's payday? And someone thinks you got it coming.
Well, I just hope I keep the right people around me.
And what are the right people, Loup? What are the right people? I've seen dolls with more integrity than a preacher. I've seen corpos do more good than revolutionaries. I've also seen idealists crumble because eventually reality came to bite them. I've seen medtechs who end up discarding the Hippocratic Oath in a drop of a hat. I've seen people far too young have to end up picking up a gun and unloading a few shells to make a few eddies. I've also ended up seeing nomads who had to move camp because just somebody said the wrong thing. They didn't have anything to do with it, but they got the same treatment all the same. That's the rules of Night City. And Night City will bend you over like a $3 whore if you give it the chance to do so.
She holds the bars of the railing and leans back, and kind of like looks right up at the stars. She says, I know, but if we don't walk that line, who will?
Somebody always does. It's nice, isn't it? To feel like you're doing the right thing. See, I don't take pleasure in it. Not like everybody else. Everybody else has a mad on for something. Might be Sixth Street, might be Maelstrom, might be Arasaka or Militech, might be for the Nomads, might be just for the junkhead down the street because he's carrying that cardboard sign that says the end is nigh. Just annoying. Could be somebody just ends up deciding to bomb an entire corpo building, fuck everybody inside. Blows up women and children because, guess what? They had a daycare center in there so the corpos could just get their more work done out of their employees. And Mama just wanted to end up making life easier for them. Hope they could end up earning a sweet legacy higher position. And because they dared to dream, they deserve to get blown up and turned inside out. And then you have moments like that. She gestures back inside. Those small moments that, because it makes you miss something, you run away from it before you start leaking. And that's the only thing that matters. It's as pathetic as the person who's puffing on cigarettes to end up keeping up the image, but can't really taste it. Not really smell it. Not really appreciate what it is. A moment. A moment you want so desperately, you think you end up creaming your jeans over it. Because it's the only bit of joy you're gonna get. Like a home-cooked meal. It's just fucking Nova. So no, I don't feel good about it. But it's the job.
She points at a cluster of stars.
The few that you can see through the light pollution of Night City.
Can we see through the light pollution of Night City in where we're at?
Yeah,
Is that
there's
an option?
lots of lights. You can probably see the moon.
All right, never mind then.
You can probably see the moon, though.
Nah. I can't wax poetically about just the moon, sorry. I mean, I can, but it's not going to be relevant to what I want to say. She says, you know, Slideye, the fact that you don't think you're one of the good ones is what makes you one of the good ones.
Your prerogative. I'm just here to do Solo's work. Not like I can make it like a samurai. Besides, I have no interest in being a corpo boogeyman. Nor do I have any particular interest in revolution.
No, but you'll keep me straight. You'll keep me safe.
That's my job.
And that means you're a good person to keep around.
Dry your eyes, honey. Go and finish your plate. I'm trying to remember what it's like to be human.
Speaking of which, Trix and Orvan, you have been left in the apartment for a few minutes on your own.
So, after about the second minute of probably an awkward silence, I'm guessing, he'd go, "So why Trix?"
Well, pulled a lot of pranks in my youth. Me and a bunch of other kids were a bunch of tricky fucks.
Is that what your
They could never
parents
catch
named
us.
you?
No.
So it is a stage name?
I wouldn't say stage name. Maybe a
Then what would you
nickname,
call
maybe
it?
an alias, but stage name. Make me sound like one of the dolls downstairs.
Oh, I'm used to people going by pen name, stage name. Why would you need an alias?
You don't go into the net, do you? Outside of, you know, the stuff for medical.
You see he has
No.
a data terminal, but it looks like it's off at the moment.
No, not particularly. Let's say I have very good reasons to not have anything to do with it.
So, do you remember us going over the list of what had been sold and taken out, and how the names that were coming up more or less couldn't be tracked?
Yes.
That's why.
Oh.
Mind you, I'm not in that kind of business, but I'm not about to get myself caught up in any other shit.
So, when you three all have Trix, Slideye, Loup, that is so no one knows your real name.
Exactly.
Oh, I am making a very big fuck up.
Yeah, you are, Med Boy. That is your, what, second one? Third one tonight? Maybe it's your fourth, I lost count.
I think that one is a lot longer than just tonight.
You haven't.
I have been using my real name for the past little while now.
Oh, Lou's gonna love this.
I have not had any dealings with this kind of work before.
Oh no, that's easy to tell. Come dressed up all nice to meet at a rundown bar.
It wasn't that rundown.
Compared to what you're used to, it probably was.
I mean, it definitely was no high-class location, but it had a very comfortable, cozy thing like you would get in small German bar.
One of the best ones in Haywood.
And I am pretty sure I am not allowed back.
We'll see how that goes. At the very least, you, cause some amusing issues.
I will probably be charged extra at the bar.
Probably. And if you show that, you've learned from one altercation...
Note to self, make sure you buy a drink first.
Don't dress up either.
That is a little bit harder. I don't really have much in the way of that type of clothing. It has been a very rough transition.
Okay, the jeans and the shirt, a lot better than what you showed up in.
But this is just house clothing for when I don't particularly care.
Do I look like I care?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm used to suits, fancy dresses, lots of makeup, people with hair in many weird hairstyles.
Yeah, that's becoming a little bit obvious.
So, for all I am aware that what you are wearing is normal. I don't know.
Yeah, this is usual getup. Just plain shirt, jeans, and my jacket.
What is with the jacket? It has lots of damage.
Well, it's best one I've got, only one I've got. Damage you see is just from things I took off of it. That's all. Little keepsakes.
What, if you do not mind, what happened? I see it looks like you had patch at one point. It is gone?
Didn't lose it. Took it off myself so I didn't lose it. Rather not talk about it.
Fair. We all have things we don't want to talk about. Do you have any idea for a good nickname?
It's about when Lou comes back in the room.
Hey Lou, get a load of this. Medboy here doesn't have any kind of alias.
Why would I have an alias until just now?
Oh no. He's just Orvan? You're just Orvan?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
He's been using his real name this entire time.
Yes, my real name is Orvan Bernadotte.
And you just want people to know that.
I was unaware that an alias was needed in this line of work.
Did you think that I was born Lou?
Yes.
Goodness.
I thought that she was born as Trix, which I am pretty sure all kids do, and that you were born as Lou. Yes. Granted, I find it quite funny that a child would be born giving their parents a Slideye, and that's why they got the name. But hey,
you really don't think very much of us, do you?
oh, you forget. Oh wait, no, you are American. You are not good at German humor. German humor is very direct. So odds are, yes, that is a joke in our country, is naming child Slideye.
What is it? What ethnicity is Analie Adalet? Huh?
Probably French.
Probably not. Friendo, whatever German is for that. It's German, my friend.
That would be meine Freund.
Yeah, meine Freund, mind a chulo.
Oh no, when it comes to saying it to a man, it would be mein but because you are a woman, it would be meine.
Well, I don't know exactly why my last name isn't German, but my first name is as German as they come.
Ah. So I do hope you had a
Twice now
good
I've doxed
conversation.
myself. Now you all know my name. This idiot's got me exposing my truths.
Considered
I'm having a
forgotten.
weird day.
Eh, what can I say? I am a friendly man. If no one can be angry over a plate of swankbraten.
Yeah, we gotta talk about the spice in this thing.
Oh no, that is the point. Just make sure you are near toilet in the next couple hours. It's definitely going to hurt.
Oh boy.
Especially because you are not used to the spices.
Oh, my naive little friend.
In some ways, yes. Other ways, no. But again, back to the question. Do you have any idea for an alias?
Slideye, you are also welcome to be here if you so choose.
Oh, no. You don't want me involved in this conversation, and you know better.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
No,
if
no,
she
I
was
want
still
you
here,
involved in this. I see that look.
I'm pretty sure Slideye heard everything, including I'm pretty sure I believe that your parents named you Slideye because as a child you gave them it.
How about Dr. Strangelove?
I think that is a little long for an alias.
Not necessarily. Besides, it fits you. It fits where you live. Why
I
not?
suppose. I suppose.
Maybe you should give it some thought, though.
I am not very good at the alias thing.
Very well then, Kunstfella.
Oh, you're still here. Hello again, Slideye.
Good to meet you, Kunstfella.
Constavella.
Kunstfella.
Consvella. What is that?
You would know it. If you're fluent in German, you know this one.
Sadly, out of character, I am not the most fluent.
Malpractice.
I think that fits.
But Orvan, you understand the word.
So Orvan looks at Slideye and goes, No. I may not have taken the Hippocratic Oath, but I do not have any malpractice at my table.
Good to know, Kunst.
There's what about Artsmortar?
It's amazing what you have when Coffee basically said everybody gets an automatic Google Translate plugged into their brain.
Yep.
Mostly for
Luckily,
English,
there's only
Spanish,
one person
Japanese,
here
but
who translates German.
Which is Doc Killer.
Dr. Killer.
You all are having way too much fun with making fun of me at my own expense.
Almost everybody has a name that makes fun of them.
Are you saying
Yeah.
that Slideye is making fun of yourself?
Yes.
How
I
so?
mean, I have a friend who goes by Blunder.
I'm actually quite curious. How did you all get your names?
Well, we have the $3 whore over here. We have the person who's incapable of being a lone wolf, despite hence the name. And we have the individual who clearly is just filled with all kinds of fuzzy feelings.
Slide.
Then which one are you?
Fuzzy feelings.
I think that is your way of telling a joke. It is quite funny.
They call me Lou because I'll go crazy on your ass.
I've
Why would
already
you go
told you why they
crazy
call me
on-
Trix.
Do donkeys even exist in America anymore?
Unbelievable.
I'm sure that somebody's cloned a few.
You know, I think I'm just gonna call you Med Boy until you figure it out.
I hope
Yeah.
that doesn't stick.
You don't want us calling you Orvan in the field.
Yes, I have just recently been told about that. I have been really fucking up then.
You're not used to this life, Doc.
Not at
I
all.
am sure the Lou will end up giving you all the instruction you need.
And I will apologize for how the job went down. I pitched in with the medical expenses to make amends.
In fact, Trix, Slideye, and Lou, I want to roll from you three. I want to
Uh-oh.
know. I want to know if there's any rumors that you know about this Orvan Bernadotte.
What are we rolling?
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I want you all to make me a streetwise check.
Hell yeah, son.
Social, right?
Yep. 13, a 6.
The 6.
Oh, by the way, did you... I know I didn't actually give you a number to heal, but are you still seriously wounded?
I haven't touched my HP here count until you say otherwise. I
Good.
was presuming that was a quick patch job situation.
Kind of is a patch job, yeah, so you will need to... I guess, yeah, you are wounded, so...
Your call. Your call. If you want, I can end up changing my health. I'm at 23 of 50. So literally, if I heal like 2-3 HP, then I'm gonna be...
Yeah, I think the patch job will put you at a stable. So just above seriously wounded.
Okay, then you can probably just count that as an 8.
An 8, okay.
Wounds of -2.
Okay. Lou, you probably know the most. You've seen TV. In fact, you've seen recent
Yippee-ki-yay,
TV.
motherfucker.
You've seen recent TV. The name Orvan Bernadotte, because he goes by his real name, is a name that you heard on the N54 news at one point. There was a whole debacle with Trauma Team at one point, given that a Corpo's kid died in the hands of Trauma Team. Trauma Team, obviously, wanted to make a public statement about the serious loss of a legacy hire that would be joining Arasaka. Potentially in the near future. And now that hire is no longer with the land of the living. And so, to make recompense for the actions by which this young corpo would have otherwise survived if not for a mistake on the AV. One Orvan Bernadotte personally took it upon himself to step down. To quit Trauma Team. Trix, you would know that you've heard that name before. And there was that about, maybe not the details of the Trauma Team event, but you definitely heard a rumor that Trauma just let him go, question mark? And Slideye, you can't place the name.
He sits bolt right and says, with a spark of recognition, I know what your name should be.
Oh, and what would that be?
And she says, Enter Gent's son.
Sorry, can you repeat that out of character real quick?
Enter Gent's son.
Enter Gent's son?
Which translates to setting sun.
Are you
As
all just
opposed
constantly
to,
going Google Translate for German?
yes, duh. As opposed to rising sun.
Wait, I'm pretty sure it doesn't auto-translate that. Don't you need the language package?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just did it on Google.
No, yeah, it's fine. Just roll with it.
Okay.
Do you want to have fun or not?
I'm just checking. So
do you want to have fun in the scene? Do you want to play in the scene with me?
give me a second. So Orvan would raise an eyebrow at that. Setting sun. And do pray tell, why is that?
You know, because you put him to bed.
And who did I put to bed?
You know, them. She gives you a big wink.
Ah, I see you paid attention to the news.
The Land of the Rising Sun, Arasaka Corp.
That is a complicated situation.
Listen, it's none of my business. I just think it'd make a cool name.
I would prefer not to piss them off any more than they already are.
Hey.
Well, that is a fair point. That is one bear you don't go poking lightly.
What? The question must be raised. Will we be working together again sometime, the four of us? Or is this the final time we meet?
Well, I wouldn't mind if we worked together. I mean, despite it being our first job and for it being a rescue instead of something simpler. Thank you, Octavio. I think we did pretty damn good together.
The patient came out alive. It's better than most.
Trix and I already have a good working relationship, so we're gonna see each other again. I'm happy to throw the two of you jobs whenever I can, if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm always in for getting work.
It won't be anything dramatic or flashy, but It'll pay the bills.
Job's a job. That's why I keep taking them from you.
And I think that's also a good place for us to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see what else these night citizens get up to. So be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Night City Stargazers, Episode 3. A day or two has passed since the incident back at the apartment with the scavs and the rescuing of an individual from their grasp. It's an ordinary day like any other in Night City. And we find each of our mercs has decided to maybe take some time for themselves. Take some time to speak with friends, to go digging around for information, to satisfy themselves with a leisure activity. So let's find out what Lou's been up to.
Yeah, so Lou Lou has, I mean, she's definitely checked in with her roommate and longtime friend and, you know, sort of business partner, Sam Orchidia. Just sort of about how the job went, how her new sort of co-workers and team have been, how that's going. I don't think there's really much to get out of that. She's gonna sort of go out on the block and two things if that's okay. She wants to go to wherever she bought the poison.
Okay.
And get a replacement. And on the way, she wants to maybe stop by anybody, any of the local kids, the urchins, and see if she can't get some information out of them.
Okay. And I think Sam would be able to help you out with that too.
Okay.
When it comes to the poison, let's see if it's going to be available first. So let's do a quick. Yeah, you're pretty good at it. Let's do another quick streetwise check.
You got it.
Oof. Golden. You know exactly where to find it, and it is going to be at the standard price to replace it. So if there's like a book cost, I think
it's 100. I don't want the standard price.
Okay.
I actually want to complain about it being ineffectual last time. And I want to demand a discount.
Okay, so a bit of negotiation going on. Okay. Then
yes,
I
indeed.
think that is the kind of role that we're looking for then. That's gonna be where is it?
Trading?
Yeah, let's do trading, because that's to see if you can negotiate the price down.
Can I put 2 luck on it?
Go for it. Ooh.
Thank you much.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good roll for being able to reduce the cost. Let's see how much of that cost is going to be reduced. I'm going to roll a d20 and a d10, add it up, and subtract it from the total.
Sick.
That is a 17 plus 8, so that's 25, so it's at 75 eddies.
I'm not mad about that. Okay. And then I guess Sam probably told me who I needed to go talk to.
Yeah, and so since you and Sam kind of been ruling the roost a little bit when it comes to the younger people of this mega building, you know that a lot of them live together. You and Sam likely came from a very similar position, where you and him and a number of other kids were kind of crammed into a single apartment, and you had one person that was pretty frequently checking up on y'all. One that was making sure that you at least had the necessary food to eat, that the apartment wasn't a wreck and got you guys evicted, who made sure the rent was paid, that sort of thing. And even made sure that there was a balance on the washing machine, so you never really had to worry about your laundry getting done.
Mm-hmm.
This person is also getting up in age nowadays.
Okay.
Still checks in on the kids on a daily basis, but mostly kids of Night City are left to their own devices if not otherwise attended to, not going to school, not going to any kind of academy, because who can afford tuition these days? But maybe you've also taken up a kind of secondary position yourself, feeling responsible for some of these kids because you've known some of them since they were babies.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam definitely has been making his presence known, that should the kids ever need any kind of backup, like somebody's harassing them or trying to lure them into some kind of scam or some other nefarious deed, he's there to back them up. And he's getting pretty good at it too. And so, oh, go ahead. What do you plan to do?
No, so I was just gonna say I'd drop in on him and see what the word is.
Okay. Is there any topic that you're looking into specifically?
Well, two things I'm looking for.
Okay.
One, I am looking for information about, like, I'm looking for information about Reagan McAllister.
Okay.
And what he's up to.
That's pretty easy, because Reagan also makes his rounds down here and also asks these kids for information on this, that, and the other. And while they attempt to protest, the flashing of a couple Eurodollar bills in front of them makes for loose lips, especially those who are like 10 years old and under.
You want me to bribery?
Yeah, go ahead and bribe.
I got to roll for that.
Okay. It's not that hard to easily sway the kids that you know, especially when you're flashing several 10 Eurodollar bills in front of their face. And
so we'll call that 40.
Yeah.
Done.
And so in the case of Reagan McAllister, what he's been up to, he's kind of been a little nosy about you, if they're honest.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of figuring out what you've been up to, who you're getting involved with. Maybe isn't getting nosy enough to really poke at your history, because Eddie Straight Rat's a straight rat, and he's known that about you for as long as you can remember. And so he's not surprised by the fact that you are sticky and or slippery fingers when you want to be. But he's also being kept informed on your movements, when you leave the building, when you come back, who you're with, who you're without. And kind of keeping an eye on your car, for instance. And so he hasn't really nailed down your movements over the last couple of days, but he's been asking around. And maybe that makes you feel a little icky, because if he finds out that you, of all people, went up against scavs, because how dare, he might get a little jealous.
Yeah, he wouldn't want me taking the credit for something like that, right? It could undermine his authority on the block.
Couldn't. Especially because he's not exactly the cleanest of fixers when it comes to his own morality. Sticky fingers, or slippery fingers as he might be.
Mm-hmm. I want to undermine his authority on the block. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the part about that job that excited me the most.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a part of me that wants that information to get out, but I want it to get out safely.
Yeah.
And I don't want him to find out first. I want him to find out last.
Without really incriminating yourself all that much.
Without incriminating myself at all, really. But also, I want it to be a present rumor.
Okay.
Um,
I think also with your bribery roll, that is a good roll for you to have planted a rumor should you desire one to be spread.
Yeah, I want to do that. But I wanted to pass in that direction. Him
Okay.
last, everyone else first.
Okay.
Um,
It's going to take some time, but that 40 eddies is going to get you some sway with the kids who will pass it along first.
cool. And then I said there were two things I wanted to make sure I did when I was here. Number one, that. Number two, I want to make sure there's no drugs in here.
So no drugs.
No drugs. You want a perception roll?
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception roll for that. Ooh, that's a crit. On a 26.
Damn straight.
Damn straight.
I was one of these kids once. I know where they keep their drugs.
Yep. You know exactly where. You look at the washing machine. The washing machine, the panel on it's only slightly askew. And so, being the improviser that Sam is, helping you in doing this, popped it off. And finds an air hypo of black lace in it.
Nice.
Along with a couple of other things, like some smokables, some edibles, and some other nefarious things of a lesser intensity, but a good number of things that the NCPD wouldn't want kids to be having in their possession.
We can negotiate those later if you like.
So you do find a couple of those things. Now, do you intend to keep them for yourself or to destroy them?
Those are mine.
You're keeping them. Okay. All right.
Not getting rid of good drugs.
Yep. So you'll have one dose of black lace and a number of other not so potent things that are still considered like recreational, but probably shouldn't be used by kids. They're not necessarily
I'll send
illegal.
You an option.
Yeah, not necessarily illegal like black lace is, but chemical altering, maybe brain dance enhancers and things like that. So
yeah, there's all kinds of options.
You even find a brain dance disc in there.
Brain dance disc, sure thing. Thank you very much. And that'll be my turn.
Sam just kind of sighs and is like, God, what are these kids getting into these days?
Hey, it's not worse than what we did when we were kids.
Well, I know that, but are we really going to take it away from them to, I don't know, not be able to scrape by on their own?
Man, they're not selling it.
You sure?
Listen. I'll tell you what. I'll give you another 50 eddies. But this goes for food. Okay? Food and rent.
You're saying that to Sam or to the kids?
To both. I mean, I give it to the I put it in the washing machine and the vending machine. How about that?
Okay. Just so that they're specifically spending it on the washing machine and the vending machine. Topping those things up. Yep. Okay.
I top off the washing machine and the vending machine so that they've got money for those things, and I take the drugs.
Okay.
I understand that you want to escape, but You got to do a better job. You got to try a little harder than this, kids.
Lou, why you gotta be such a... I don't know. You hear a couple of them swear in English and in Spanish.
Yeah, she's going to grab one of them by the ear.
Chinga.
You better appreciate me for what you've got. If you didn't have me looking in on you, who would you have? Huh?
Jesus. Get off of me. And he kind of like pushes your hand away. I got someplace to be, chica. And this kid just starts to walk away.
Yeah, you get out there and earn something.
Yeah. He starts to run.
Kids.
He reminds me of you when you were little. Says Sam.
Mm-hmm. She says, I'm not sure I'm not little still, Sam.
Well, you used to give Nana Maggie the hard time all the time. And, well, eventually she kicked the bucket. Now it's Domingo.
Look, we all do what we can.
Yeah. I miss Nana Maggie sometimes.
Yeah, I do too.
So you said that the job that you did went okay, but not okay. I know you can't really spill into much of details, because...
It was a massive failure.
Really?
I mean, we got the kid back okay, but the fixer tried to rip us off.
Fixers do that, though.
I never did.
Yeah, but you end up like giving these kids like an 80-20 split where you keep 20 for setting them up and they get 80%. What kind of fixer? You're gonna go out of business if you keep doing that, chica. Your finder's
Yeah, I
fee
guess
is
you're
more
right.
expensive than that. You gotta split it more like 60-40, where you keep 60.
Yeah, I gotta start taking more risks too.
More risks? What do you mean?
I mean, putting myself out there. Think it's time to scale things up a little.
Start earning a rep?
Start earning a rep. There was something about wasting those scavs, Sam. Felt right. Felt good.
Well, yeah. Because they're kidnapping people.
Be lying if I
ripping
didn't
them
say I
up.
wanted to do it again.
Oh. Well, don't want you getting shot again. Or shot at
Barely grazed
again.
me. Yeah, well. Look,
I need you, Lou. You know, I'm I'm your tech guy, remember? I'm your driver guy, remember?
I want you to be okay back here, though.
Look, if you're gonna start putting your life on the line to earn your rep, then I might as well join you in that, Chica. We're partners. We've been partners for years now. You're gonna leave me hanging out to dry? Leave me having to get gigs from fucking Reagan?
Don't you start working for Reagan now.
I might start having to if you keep leaving me out of it.
You're making things impossible for me.
I love you like you're my sister.
And that's why I need you to know that you're being taken care of. Listen, there's going to be a lot of work to do. And I'm not going to need everybody in the field. You keep an eye on those kids. You keep them straight because they're going to be really important one of these days. You keep them off this junk and keep them smart.
We both know that I didn't finish school.
Okay, smart enough. As smart as you, at least. She flicks him on the head. Teach him what you know. Hell, teach him what I know.
You're better at talking to people than me. I like gadgets and shit.
Yeah. I gotta talk to him too, I know.
Look, just don't die, okay? I don't want to have to put your picture on the ofrenda either.
You keep an eye on my back and you won't have to.
Alright. Well. You do what you gotta do.
She grips hands with him like that.
And he pulls that into like your chests and kind of gives you a hug too. You're my Chumba.
Then they hard style pose.
Yeah. You're my Chumba. You're my Chica. I won't survive Night City without you. You're the smart one, remember?
You got it.
All right. Anything else you getting up to, Lou? All right. What about Trix?
Trix would be showing up at Blunder's place.
Okay. Which is a moderate apartment, but it's also got the trappings of a netrunner, where there's a chair, a bunch of monitors surrounding it, a bed, and that's really about it. Aside from the bathroom,
Someone
of
like
course.
her. Someone like her is just a little bit bigger.
He sits on. He's been sitting on the couch, maybe watching Maybe watching the latest episode of the latest sitcom on the TV.
You still watching that shit?
You got any better ideas? Because I'm out of brain dance money.
You're always out of brain dance money. Damn.
Look, shit's
Yeah,
expensive.
That's something you and I can get a little dirty with.
Oh?
Got a small list of names I want a little bit more info on. Not giving you too much details on it, but just kind of want to see if we can fish around, see if they're popping up anywhere else, see what they're, getting into.
Uh-huh. So you're wanting me to go deep diving around the net for you?
Not necessarily deep dive, maybe a skim.
Okay. Well. What you want to find out?
And she's going to list off the couple names that they got from that shard.
Of the victims or of the scavengers?
If I remember correctly, it was the ones who were purchasing everything.
Okay. Which look like aliases, but you never know.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't want you digging in too deep into it, though. Lord forbid need you getting in trouble.
Look, people buying implants from scavengers are usually some backwater ripper docs or looking to make a quick buck on some kind of black market deal.
Yeah, I'm still curious. Gives you something to do, at least.
Yeah, but that scratches your curiosity. What? I mean, it's not that I'm going to say no to you, Trix, but what's in it for me?
Well, I'll slide you a little bit.
Okay. He goes to a closet, pulls out a jumpsuit, and goes to change into it before sitting in his running chair, plugging the sort of thick cable that he uses to travel all of the Night City net into the back of his head. And you see his eyes kind of glaze over as maybe some resonant, like some image of his HUD display kind of glazes over his eyes. And he says to you out loud, "Okay. Any idea where I should start searching?"
Anywhere, everywhere.
That's going to take hours.
I don't
Skimming
want to
the
spend
whole
too much
entirety of
time
the
on
city?
it. Let's see here. She's gonna give the area that we found the scavengers in as a starting point.
Okay.
Then you can work your way out from there, maybe.
Okay. Well, I don't have stats for our lovely netrunner, so I'm going to have you roll on his behalf. So I think that's going to be... Because it's not quite a net running check of any kind. It's more of a checking the net for whispers or things like that. So it's going to be more of a rumor detection. So Go ahead and make me streetwise as well, because he's going to check and see what he's heard.
Okay. I've got
First.
to find it. And I'm going to use all 4 of my remaining luck.
Okay. 4 luck.
Let me scroll down. Sorry, roll 20 is being slow.
Okay. Yeah, streetwise is under social.
Yep.
Pardon me. Ooh, that's a crit on a 19.
2 plus the 4.
Yep, so that makes it 23. He pauses and is quiet for a number of minutes before he speaks up again. Yeah, looking at chatter, people are really, really terrible at covering their tracks. Chatter says that the text messages that you see on that shard kind of bounced from up there in north side. And you know who buys used implants and starts jacking them into themselves?
Oh, yeah. Kind of figured that's where it was heading.
Red-eyed creeps.
I don't know who's worse, them or the scabs.
Both do some whacked out shit.
They really do. And she's keeping an eye on his screens this entire time. Whatever screens he's got.
And he's not going too deep. He's not even really doing anything that's gonna try and penetrate passcodes or anything like that. He's just kind of skimming the surface of the area in the city. Yeah, it looks like whoever is buying those things is not really caring really what kind of shape they're in. Although, Kiroshis are kind of expensive as far as ocular implants go, and it doesn't strike me that Maelstrom would want to get, actual eyeballs. So who's gonna want actual eyeballs? That's more like a Ripper Doc, I think.
Probably.
Some kind of nasty business, if you ask me. Sells at black market on the cheap.
Look nasty. I think we got there in time for that one.
Still didn't really go into detail as to why you were at a scav's nest.
Yeah. Someone got nabbed. Someone's willing to pay to get them back.
Huh. That's unusual.
That's all it really boils down to.
I mean, not unusual that people want their people back, but, unusual that somebody's actually got the eddies to pay for it.
Right?
Especially given that if you even find them alive, you gotta pay the mate wagon to take them down to the hospital or some shit.
Yeah, that's why we stopped by your dad's last night, or the other day.
Ugh. Jeez, you went to Dad's clinic?
He was closer.
Well, yeah. I mean, he is a good doctor, I guess. If you can even call him that.
Only one I trust. But figured he'd also be willing to work with me on it. Which, thankfully, he is.
And he could be doing better working at an actual hospital.
Don't think he'd like being cooped up like that, though.
I think you're the one who doesn't like getting cooped up.
Do you blame me?
No, because you're a fresh air on the road kind of girl.
Exactly. I keep busy one way or another.
Well, that's what I could find out skimming the surface. If you wanted to know anything more, I gotta start digging into Maelstrom networks.
Oh, hell no, I'm not going to subject you to that.
Why? It'd be fun.
Fun, yes, but I can't afford that for you.
Yes, that would be a pretty any.
Yeah. Skimming is just, hey, I'm going to toss this much at you and you'll be happy with it. And she's going to toss him like 300.
That'll get me a buck a slice for a couple days.
Exactly. I gotta stop feeding your addiction, man.
Look, artichoke and pineapple is great.
I don't see how you can stand it.
Look, would you rather have like soy pepperoni and onion?
The onion, yes. The soy pepperoni, no.
Are you more of an easy beef pizza person? Ugh, that's gross.
Still better than the artichoke pineapple.
At least I'm getting vegetables in.
I get mine in.
Yeah, when you can actually stomach soy vegetables.
One of these days I'm going to start up a garden and show you what proper vegetables are.
I think I saw a brain dance about that once.
You and your brain dances.
Look, I gotta keep entertained. All the schlop, the scop on the TV is just that scop.
I keep inviting you to go out for a ride. You keep saying no.
Their bike scares the shit out of me.
It's reliable.
Besides, isn't that thing a chew guzzler?
Yeah, compared to the newer ones, yes. I mean, I'm not willing to go out and have a little bit of fun on it.
Well, I don't know. I'm not much of a get out and touch grass kind of a person. Not that there's much grass out there anyway. But
No, just a lot of sand.
cactus.
Yeah, those two.
Yeah. Nah. I think I'd rather sit in my chair and dance around the web for a while.
And that's why I'm here today. I give you something to do, maybe for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it didn't even take 10 minutes. And he gets up from the chair and unplugs. And he then hands you a shard with the information that you were looking for.
Thank you. She's gonna pocket that. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it just yet, but
Well,
I'll find something.
If you ever want more, you know who to ask.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna trust myself.
I may not be the best net runner in town, but
No, that's why you got the name you do.
you're the one who gave me that fucking name. I'll have you know.
Yeah. Because the second I heard about what happened, that's the only name I could think of for you.
Look, it's not like it went that bad.
Look, if I earn the name Trix from my time out on the road, you earn the name Blunder off from one thing.
I just don't want that to actually be my actual rep. Look, I'm better than that. You know it. I know it.
Exactly. You get to use the name Blunder, and then prove people wrong.
It doesn't exactly strike in the most confidence, he says as he puts a pair of glasses back on.
Guess it's better than going about using your real name like someone I know.
People generally use their real names unless they're for some reason they shouldn't.
He's trying to get into our game. Running like a merc.
Like a merc. As in he's not really a runner at all.
No. He came in dressed all up to Mama Wells' place.
Oh God.
Just suit and all, just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Oh God. Like a hitchhiker's thumb for...
Oh God, no. Far worse than that. You could peg him a mile away.
For a suit? Is he an actual suit?
That's what he said. Former, at least.
Former.
Don't necessarily know the word on that, but...
Okay, now I need to know. That I'm gonna go swimming for on my own. Who is this guy?
And she's gonna give him Orvan's name.
You mean that Orvan Bernadotte?
Yeah, something happened. Name sounded familiar, just don't know much detail on it.
Yeah, there was a whole scoop on it in the Scream sheets and on TV the other week. What, do you not pay attention to media?
Wait, Lou's got me running around.
Well, good thing you happen to know somebody who skims the media from time to time for the actual scoops, rather than the sensationalized headlines of your Scream Sheet magazines. No, yeah, this guy got fucking canned from Trauma Team.
Do you mean they actually let him go?
Well, that's the official word.
It's Trauma Team. They don't just let anyone go.
Yeah, Norton No Corpo just lets anybody go. As soon as this guy starts showing up on the radar again, they're gonna come for his ass. Or maybe the Arasaka executive whose kid died under his care is gonna come after him first.
Oh, that makes this so much worse, and now I understand why he and Lou were discussing Arasaka the other night.
Yeah, Saka ninjas are gonna start coming for this guy, whether you like it or not.
Motherfucker, and he's been going around using his real name. Alright, Med Boy's gotta get his ass kicked so we can get this back in gear.
You ever hear a Die Hard Costanza?
Would I have?
Make a streetwise check.
Because it vaguely sounds familiar, just... brain's doing a thing.
Most you know about him, he's a well-known Arasaka executive, but was a part of their military op for a while.
Yeah, he was kind of high up there in their execs. If I remember right, somewhere in their military.
Yeah, Military Development Division.
You're telling me Orvan, the Orvan I ran that job with a couple nights ago, killed that guy's kid?
So far as Die Hard understands it.
I'm gonna wring his neck.
Yeah, you shouldn't be running with this guy. This guy's gonna get you killed.
Oh, I'm going to call Lou about that later. Because by now it might be known that we were running with him. Fucking hell. Yeah, we'll get it sorted out and hopefully it's not too late. But if it's too late, then, well...
In for
we'll
an
just
inning,
leave him.
in for a pound.
Yep. I ain't fucking with Arasaka like that. Hell no. It ain't worth it.
Nah. Sokka. You don't mess with him.
To make matters worse, he had a small altercation with one of the Valentinos, and...
Oh, no.
He did. Because, again... Corpo.
Oh, God. Corpos get ejected from their positions of high power, and then they get landed right in our fucking laps.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not in our laps long, usually.
Well, it is Night City. Kind of surprised you've lasted this long, if I'm honest.
I have you and your dad to thank for that one.
You're welcome.
And Ariel.
Still haven't heard from her, huh?
No. Been kind of keeping an eye out for news, but there's been nothing.
And I haven't heard a peep. She's gone dark.
Been going around her old haunts once a week. No one's seen her, no one's heard from her.
Some of those like her just don't disappear.
No, they don't. And yet she did.
I still sweep every day.
I know. You're like me, you're not going to give up that easily.
No, why would I? It's just my friend too.
Well, I'm going to let you get back to your... whatever you want to call that. Motion over to the TV.
Scop?
The lowering of IQ, perhaps? She's going to get up, give him a hug, then start heading out.
Take care, okay?
Yeah, I'll be in touch. Don't do anything stupid.
Me? Never.
See you around, Blunder.
See you around, Trixie. What about Slideye? What have you been up to for the past couple days?
Imagine at this point, hiding under a bridge more than anything. Rain's been coming down pretty hard the past few nights. And air hypo currently hanging out of my arm. Just doing what the doc said, trying to make it last a few days longer. It's enough to bring a little bit of calm. But I can't help but not think about what was said. I get the idea of everybody wanting to celebrate a good job. Scavs were a real piece of work, gouging out a kid's eyes. So I start to wonder, is when I was literally elbow deep inside the scav earlier. I can almost see it. Face twisting in ways that make sure you die ugly. In those ways you can't even imagine how you're going to go. And to see that and see your face looking back at you in their eyes. To know that you're flirting with the line. And then just to be hollow. It would be one thing if I could feel that joy that they had. Job well done. I toss a partial handful of kibble into my mouth and chew it, watching the rain wash away all the dust of Night City into the gutters as cars pass by. I'm tucked away in that little corner where the overpass and the ground meet. Just watching as the cars go by. It's loud when the trucks go overhead, but it's dry. Keep my coat over me like a blanket. And then try and just focus on the sound of the rain on pavement. The sound of blood on hardwood floors as bowels end up hitting the ground. Did I look like that in that moment? Did I look like I was gonna die ugly? Trying to think on how much I owe Doc for the patchwork, and this job went south to the point where I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to hold it together. We haven't even earned enough to end up being able to make sure I can keep a proper roof over my head. But they don't need to know that. Honestly, I feel a little guilty on taking advantage of Medboy's hospitality. But that's Night City. It's survival. Most anybody can hope for is to die loud and have the honor of being a headline in the screen sheets. I don't remember. I don't remember what it was like. Thrashing about like a goddamn animal. Taking everything to pieces that you get your claws into. Even right now, I sometimes flex my other arm in that one way, half expecting another blade to come out. It feels like an amputation. It feels like a goddamn amputation because this, just the arm being able to extend to become into that thing that's dangerous feels whole. And I want more, even though I promised Doc I wouldn't ask him again. How far would I push it? Underline armor for underneath synth skin, or maybe really end up looking for one of those max tax Devastans, maybe the J8 line. Getting the legs modified, and I start going through parts again. I can't stop thinking about it. Probably be getting more worked up if it wasn't for the meds right now. Clear enough to remind myself that I'm not missing my arm, but that's the real lie, isn't it? I am missing my arm. None of this is flesh and bone. It's carbon steel frame, actuators, and illusion. That's all it is. I can even feel that little bit of synth skin under the bandage, like as if it wants to heal. Blood wants to clot, even though there's nothing to clot. Orbital bone requires reconstruction because it's not bone, it's frame. Like everything else. And I watch as maybe a couple drive by in their beat up old car. One has a nickel plated chrome arm. Probably ended up getting it because he's an old school rocker. Big samurai fan trying to look like Johnny Silverhand or some kind of bullshit. Fashion accessory. And just hacked off the meat. And then I think back to what Doc said. Mad Boy says 2 ways to save lives. So what's he gonna do when he puts a bullet in my brain? Splatter the Mark I hard drive all over the wall. How many lives does he have saved? Is that how you justify it? Because the thing I realized is that they were all telling me and they didn't know it. In the end, the lives they want to save are the lives that count. Mine doesn't. And that's fine. Got a second chance. So I'm just gonna sit here in the cold, chewing on some kibble with an air hypo hanging out of my arm. Coat wrapped over me like some kind of blanket. Just trying to stay dry. Just trying to stay sane.
Aside from that, over the last couple of days, have you been up to anything?
Odds and ends. A couple Eddies lifting some boxes, helping some new age hipster out, trying to, I don't know, open us some kind of tarot card shop. Wasn't really paying attention. Only thing I cared about was the boxes and getting them moved in. Grand life of some adventurous solo, right? Maybe spend the night couch surfing at docks. Maybe spend some time with Jesprit. Just practicing the breathing exercises. Hell, I can't even afford a BD headset just to end up doing some of that monk-like meditation. And I'm still trying to think on how to work up the scratch just to buy the blockers again. It's gonna get worse, I know that. Because my brain is telling me don't do it, and my instincts are telling me, where's your other eye? Or where's your other arm, Slideye? Where's your other arm? I occasionally end up making a phone call. Not like got much else I can do outside of being a troll under a bridge right now. But at least I know these streets. I'm thinking about the phone call that I ended up making. Last paycheck I ended up paying the phone bill for an entire year to keep a line going that's not in use anymore. Because everybody on that line is fucking dead. Just to hear the greeting tone. Just to hear a familiar voice. And I know they're never going to pick up. And I wonder, is there going to be a time where I forget that? Where I forget that they're not going to pick up? But, like the scavs, it doesn't matter. That's okay. No sense crying about it now. Think back to pricing out some armor. Getting myself fixed up. See if Rippertop can end up piecing back together and take some dents out of the frame that was once they called my skull. Got plenty of ammo left. I'm just waiting on that next job. Trying to save up what I can by eating kibble half a handful at a time. That's Night City.
After running a brief check on you, Nathaniel looks at you for a moment. You been eating?
Here and there.
And
Not
levels
really. Go ahead.
Your levels are looking kind of low.
Not really hungry.
Everybody gets hungry.
Eventually. I just don't think about it. Brain's elsewhere, you know?
Look,
Besides,
you don't
Nate,
owe me the scratch right away. You know that.
no, I do. You're not operating a charity here.
No, but I'm also obligated to take care of my friends.
Is that what we are, Nate?
I like to consider you a friend. You've been coming to see me ever since you got let go. What's that been, 2 years? 3 years at this point?
About that.
Every week. Like clockwork.
Sense of routine makes me feel normal.
That's fair enough. Normalcy's good.
I'm trying to think of what to end up doing right now. Got this crew. They want to run again. But I don't know. I'm not sure if any of them are built for this life. And I'm trying not to talk them out of it.
Why not?
Some of them are not my place.
But you know what happens. You're either dead, or you wish you were.
Night City's the home of the living dead. That's for everybody. But I think it's safer if I just let them lie to themselves. Because if they're lying to themselves, at least they can see it tomorrow. At this point, I'm trying to just... I don't know. I'm trying to end up getting my head above water enough that I can actually think straight. I'm starting to think I spend more time in meditation than I do anything else. Instincts are getting slower, sloppier. Last job wasn't as quick as I used to be. Eyes weren't as sharp. Things I used to be able to do, I can't do anymore. And I'm still acting like I can. And it almost cost Trix. And then the kid cries out for help. I didn't think twice. I just drew and pulled. Just on instinct. It's not training, it's automation.
But you're not a machine.
Is that how I have to lie to myself too?
But you're not a machine. You're still human. You're still very much a person. That's been the whole point, right?
Were the scavs people too? Desperate and fucked out of their gourd? Trying to get a payday?
Yeah. Unfortunately. Unfortunate for them that they died.
I didn't even think twice. I didn't even try and take any of them alive. Kill or be killed. And I just went for it. And how fucked up is it that I'm empathizing or trying to empathize with scavs who did that to a kid?
It's awful. There's no excuse for that. People like that need help.
People like me, you mean?
You're getting help. That's what I'm here for. That's why you come to see me every week, like clockwork.
I keep thinking that I'm off center. My reaction time's slower. Weight distribution is off. I'm too heavy on my right side. It's like a knife, you know, if it's too heavy one side or the other, and it just works wrong. And that's all I can see is weight distribution models and movement, testing joint calibrations, panicking that a little bit of human remains in the wrong place is going to make a joint rust if I don't take care of it. And so I'm cleaning, I'm trying to stay dry, I'm trying not to let I don't know anymore. It's so much simpler when I got the job. Just do it. Fill the contract. It means I don't have to sit here and think.
Thinking's hard. It's hard for a lot of people. What about hobbies? I mean, you used to model, right?
I don't think mass killer is great branding for most unless you're talking about the newest portion. I mean,
I wasn't talking about necessarily getting back into the biz, but I don't know, fashion.
Downsized my ass for here weight distribution.
Well, okay, so maybe you have a synth ass, but that's, you know, that's neither here nor there. You still would look nice in a dress, right?
I don't know. In hell, any dress worth its salt ain't gonna be bought here anywhere close to Jig Street. And also, God help anybody who decides to end up walking through these streets with a black light.
Ugh. Yeah.
So would you trust a dress that you can't put it near a black light? What am I gonna buy it from? Do you think that I'm going to be there smoozing in Arasaka Towers, the newest ball gala?
No, I was thinking something more along the lines of the afterlife.
Afterlife's for legends. Yeah, you gotta be somebody to be there. That's where they're made. You know, they name drinks after their patrons. Like, I hear that, and I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna end up doing it? Who the hell would make a drink after me?
I would.
Yeah. One
Whiskey
cyber
and
psycho
Nicola.
coming up. I'm surprised you think of me as a whiskey girl.
What are you, a tequila girl? Sense on? Get like really classy?
Think they'd make a drink of me using mop water as the mix.
I don't see that. Nope. I see a woman who's down on her luck. But that doesn't necessarily change much about her. Yeah, she's gonna scrape by a couple eddies here and there, but still a woman. Still pretty.
You have terrible pickup lines.
I am not trying to pick up line. I'm too old for you anyway.
I guess when you're asking me about age, I guess I go off of what's the oldest part I have on me right now.
According to your file, it says 26.
Yeah. How many did? 26.
Which is about the age that models get out of the business anyway.
You know, I remember no, it's not important.
Sure it is.
No, Doc, it's not. I don't want to end up thinking about how I ended up having some modeling gigs.
Well,
because then I got to think about them. And then I got to think about the fact I got to watch them look at me that way. And they look at me like that because they couldn't believe that their own daughter would. And then I got to relive it over and over again. Post-traumatic stress disorder. What a crock of shit. It's guilt. That's all it is. But hey, take your meds. Just numb it away. After all, if it has Biotechnica on the label and you take it in the right dosage, it makes everything go away, right? That's how this works. Just pay your eddies, take your pills, and try and pretend that you're a good person. It's an oil change for the living. That's all it is. I'm sorry, Nate. You're not my therapist. You're my Ripper Doc, and I'm here to talk about systems and making sure that everything's going on. Like I said,
I'm the
heavy on
closest
the
thing
right
you
side.
got, though.
I got a monk.
Oh, monk.
Yeah, just he has me doing sand mandala in using the gravel on the side of the highway.
Heard those are therapeutic.
Yeah, mostly just focus. How everything's supposed to be temporary. This too shall pass.
Which is true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not everything's permanent.
I don't know. Being dead seems pretty fucking permanent.
Well, it's a good thing you're not dead.
Look, Nate. I'll try and see if I can make the next job go smoother. I gotta hit you back for the ads. Because I'm not gonna end up pulling what Trix does.
Trix is good for it. You're good for it.
I might be good for it, but you can't eat off of words and promises and help.
You don't have to worry about me. I get plenty of work.
Yeah, jig straight. Imagine all kinds of viruses you end up picking up with your legs spread.
Not that. At least they're not going to somebody like Fingers.
Yeah, I went to him once.
Guy uses cracked out shit that doesn't work. I at least make sure that the girls get good chrome. Might be a little dated, but at least it works. I have an ethical code, a moral code, if you will, not to do harm to my own patients.
That's the reason you made me promise to not ask you to get shipped up more.
Because I know it's going to do you more harm than good. Not when you've been making so much progress. You're lucky that MaxTac left you. They could have scooped you up and taken you away. But they didn't. You got your second chance. And I don't want to see you blow it.
Are we done here?
Yeah. Diagnostic says you're good, aside from a little malnourished. At the very least, go treat yourself to a buck a slice now and again.
Yeah, maybe. Just...
Or go to Tom's.
Yeah. Good way to start a fight.
I wasn't meaning for the fight, I was meaning for the burgers.
It's Tom's. Okay? Like, you'd be there... If you end up going there at any point in the night, it's highly likely somebody's flipping out, one person's ODing, and another person's trying to accost one of the waitresses by hucking a chair at them, which they end up deciding to snatch out of the air and start screaming back at them. Like...
Look. That solo made the web because it was just that epic, okay? That spread like wildfire on the scream sheets.
Yeah. She puts on her coat.
I'm not saying you have to be like that. I'm just saying go grab a burger.
Yeah, you think I'll just fill out on the left side and it'll all balance out?
It's kind of how weight works. Besides, a little bit of tweaking, he kind of wiggles his the fingers on his ripper arm, and I can have that corrected for you.
She
be more human.
She pops her
right in the side, or her the right arm blade. That keeps me weighted. It also keeps me alive. But I'm too heavy on this side. It's imbalanced. But I won't ask. She puts it away, letting her arm reform into its more human look. Hey, you take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
I gotta think this through.
Stay out of trouble, yeah?
Thought I was hired to take care of trouble.
Last I checked, you're not on my payroll.
You're right, you're supposed to be on mine. Everybody needs a good gearhead once in a while.
I like to think I'm a good one.
See you in the scream sheets.
See you on the streets. What about Orvan? Anything you've been up to?
Orvan, the past couple days, done a little shopping. Specifically for some medication he is preparing to make. Because seeing his comrades get torn up, he wanted to be able to help. So he's getting the material for that. And during the time that he's going to be doing that, he's making a phone call. He knows they're probably not going to answer because they're probably busy. But he's going to call them to let them know that he is all right. He is calling his sister.
Sister.
Indeed. I don't have the name directly in front of me, but I know I have one.
I do. Her name's Katie.
Yes, he will be calling Katie. With a slightly different name than she's used to coming up on the caller ID. So, probably helping why she probably is not going to answer. As the screen name will be Medboy. As he realizes he definitely needs a nickname. And that'll do for now. But as he's making the stuff for combat. Hey, sis. And this is all in German, of course.
Well, she, first of all, answers.
Oh. Hey, sis.
Why? Why
it's
did
Orvan.
your name come up as Medboy?
It's, something I realized I probably should have done for a bit. The name's hopefully temporary. Until I find something better.
Well, you're lucky because I just got out of class.
How's that going?
The academy's okay.
Still getting straight A's.
It's the only way I'm gonna get a position.
We both know that you're going to do fine.
No, I'm not. I'm terrible at everything.
Terrible doesn't get straight A's. Didn't you just tell me like a month ago that someone was getting D's but still somehow making it through?
No. Well, they were making D's. They got kicked out.
See?
They got
You're
expelled.
making straight A's. You got this.
But if I slip at all, Orvan, I don't have a shot.
We all make mistakes.
And you know that Mom and Dad need me to get this job.
I know they do. And I know you'll do it. Not just for them, but for you. You got this.
I hope you're right.
You're my kid's sister. What if I ever let you down?
Well...
Hell, even when Mom and Dad couldn't make it to your recital, I made it.
You know,
Granted, I was in full armor, but I still made it.
I haven't danced in years, Orvan.
Yeah, I know. Which I believe I could be entirely wrong, but I think I found that one model you really liked watching that retired a while ago.
What? What do you mean?
That one model that you really liked their fashion, but for some reason they completely dropped off the map. I forget her name, but you remember the one.
What? You mean what? Which one? I followed several for a while.
I don't remember their name specifically. I'll have to ask, but I'm pretty sure I met them. But I can't remember
them.
I think.
Well,
could be entirely wrong. Faces nowadays.
What do they look like?
Mid-height. Blonde.
From where? You know, I follow German, I follow Eastern European, I follow Asian. Uscrax is actually doing pretty well in the pop scene.
I believe it was one of the ones from Night City, slightly more recent, I think.
Blonde, maybe Night City.
Don't remember the name, but figured I'd at least let you know that, hey, I might be able to get you an autograph if it is who I think it is.
You mean Francesca Abernathy?
I think.
No way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You're a fucking liar.
No! You know me, I'm not a gonk.
You absolutely are a fucking gonk.
No!
You would always tease me about something like this. I know you, Orvan. Look, Look, if you can prove
I'll prove it to you, sis. I'll get you a signed autograph.
No. Send me a hollow photo. Then I'll know that you and she actually have interacted with one another. With the both of you in the same shot.
Okay, fine. I'll even make sure to get the rest of the coworkers I have. Because I actually, somehow, maybe, they don't hate me.
You landed a good job?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a good job, but it is some work. And I got them to come for dinner. And I gave them all the family swankbraten.
God, you made them swankbraten?
Of course!
That is the laziest meal in the entire world. And you went with that?
We both know it takes at least 4 hours to marinate overnight.
There's a difference between 4 hours and overnight.
Well, you know me. I just put it in overnight while I go to sleep.
And to be fair, you're kind of not using real pork. You're using synth pork.
Yeah, because I don't... You know that I don't have the money we used to. Well,
yeah.
You do, but, you know.
You got fired from Trauma Team. In Night City, where Trauma Team is actually...
it was I resigned.
It's Night City, Orvan.
Yeah, I know. But just calling to let you know, brother's still alive. I might have made some friends. Maybe. They're a strange group, though. Really strange. this lanky girl, which I'm pretty sure is Abernathy, with the blonde hair. Completely different than what I would have expected. Able to kick down a door, charge a room. Don't know why she's doing that, but she can. Then there's this other girl,
That's not the
Slideye.
Abernathy,
Not
I
Slideye.
know.
Trix. The other girl, Trix. I don't know what was going on during that job, but she has this beat-up jacket and all this. She's completely ridiculous, and is the one who's been calling me Medboy.
So she's the one who gave you the name.
All three of them called me that. And then, the one who annoys me the most, but probably because they remind me of you, is this 17-year-old girl, Loup. Thinks she's queen of the world, thinking that she can do it all. Reminds me of you a little bit.
Reminds me of you. You were like that at 17.
Yeah, I was.
In fact, I remember you being some kind of party animal and nearly flunking out of the academy. The medical academy, mind you.
It was not a party. At least not that I was aware of. I didn't drink. That person tossed whatever that was in my face. And it got on the scanners. Just no matter how much I tried to wash it off. But as much as she annoys me,
man who never
I guess I
tried
see that I need to protect her a little bit.
Aw, that's cute.
Because one of these days, she's gonna get shot. Then she's gonna go crying that she got shot. Someone's gonna have to patch him up.
Well, at least there's that.
But
or you could always go into being a freelance doctor.
that's kind of what I'm doing. Little bit of the going into areas where people don't want to go patch them up. But we seem to work all right.
Well, that's good.
Pretty sure the kid knows me from the news, though. That's
quote-unquote incident.
Yes, the incident. Mom and Dad are still angry, I'm assuming.
They want nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're a big old letdown in the whole corpo world.
Yeah.
First of all, you didn't follow in their footsteps and follow them in their jobs and become a legacy hire over at Biotechnica. And because, you know, headquarters, that's a big prestigious position.
We both know especially with how I was back then, being a desk job. Could you see me doing that?
Well, that's where I'm at now.
You were always better at that than I was.
Orvan. Never mind.
Thanks for at least picking up.
You're my shit brother. I gotta get back to work.
Good to hear from you. I'll try to call again next month. Or whenever I have time.
You can call more often. Although, beware of the long distance charges.
That's a good reason why I don't call that often.
Then you hear it click and it goes beep, 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 insufficient funds.
Damn companies. Oh, well. Wonder how the others are doing.
I think that is also a good place for us to call the session for tonight. Thank you guys for playing.
Thank you.
We love these chooms.
Thanks for running, Coffee.
Yeah, of course. Always glad to do so. It is fairly late. So, since there wasn't really a job to get up to, we're just gonna have the doohickeys for showing up, the 10 improvement points.
Alright.
And then we're gonna, because we didn't really do a job, you're just finishing up the job that you had. So, not anything extra to do about that. But we do also have our roleplay prompts, which also includes the audience's favorite for improvement points for today. So, get to voting on that, audience people. So, let's talk about what the who had our best scene from tonight, who moved the plot, and who moved, or who had the best line. So, who moved plot?
I'm gonna vote for myself. Because of the fact that I was able to bring the entire party to my apartment, so we all had some bonding.
I'll give it to Orvan. I'll back that play. I'll back that play.
Okay.
Absolutely, I'll back that play.
You know what? I will too.
Okay.
I wanna back that, but I also wanna add to that
Okay.
because we got to lean in on the background of Orvan, which is gonna set up all this business with Arasaka.
Mm-hmm.
So not only did you move the plot of this episode, but you helped set up like some of the plot of what we're gonna have to look forward to.
Mm-hmm. I will definitely agree with that, and it sounds unanimous too. So Orvan, you get the points for
Woo!
the.
And just to be clear, that is 5 for that one, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Next up is the best scene.
I'm gonna give it to Slideye.
Hmm.
For 2 scenes. The talk with Loup and the bridge.
Yeah, I'll give it to Slideye for that one.
Yeah,
Was
slide
it-
for
was-
bridge.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that the bridge scene was the one that ended up getting you. I'll end up asking questions about that later.
That sounds unanimous to me.
Well, apparently.
Just there you go. Best line.
I'm throwing my own hat into the ring for this one. The stupid joke about Slideye being named Slideye. Because it got everyone to laugh.
Nope. I'm not letting you have that. I'm giving that one to Loup, specifically for the line, and I wrote this down earlier, so I'm gonna see if I can find the damn thing. But it was specifically on how, wasn't any difference when we were kids, and my brain is going, yeah, good kid.
Wasn't any different from when we were kids.
It's kind of like, oh yeah, 17-year-old, when we were kids, like, no, you're not even a fully registered adult at this point.
You're still a
what
child.
the fuck are you
About
talking about?
11-year-olds. Yeah. I hope that sank in. Like that's 100% what I was trying to illustrate there. It's like
Yeah.
No
you keep talking
self-awareness
about
with
her like
Lulu
she's a kid,
whatsoever.
but she's talking about like she's got kids that she takes care of that she thinks of as kids, you know?
I'll give it to Lulu for that one.
Yeah.
Just- it was
It's
perfect.
gauche to vote for myself, so
No, it's not.
I'm gonna
Never
No, it's not.
ghost.
Oh, it's not. Are you kidding? Like, this entire group will end up doing that at any given point.
Exactly.
They feel they can shift the vote.
I'll vote for myself for a different scene.
Hmm.
I don't remember exactly what line it was, but our balcony scene. I forget exactly what line it was, but I liked something that I said about keeping good people around.
Mm-hmm. Also a good one. But I think it's a majority on Loup, so sorry, Orvan.
Hey, it happens. I'm
And
just glad I was able to get people to laugh with my stupid joke.
it's true. It's true.
Don't worry.
There's still a little bit of time left on the poll. Looks like Slideye currently has the lead as the audience favorite. But there's a little bit of time left, so that could swing wildly in these last
Indeed.
little seconds. See if our audience. Nope, they did not.
Slideye
either.
gets it.
And that's 5
Slideye
points.
gets it. Yep.
5 points.
Yep. 5 points for each of the roleplay prompts.
Okay.
And so that's going to conclude the session for tonight, for session 3 of Night City Stargazers. Don't forget that we also do post VODs on YouTube on a weekly basis for this game and D&D, so be sure to go ahead and subscribe there, because that's where I post all of the VODs, and have even been good about doing local recording, so I can actually have the very high quality, not Twitch skeezing out when it comes to different things. So I have the local recording as well. If you missed last week's episode, go ahead and head over there and watch. It is a good one, even with all the technical difficulties that we had. Tonight has actually been extremely smooth, so thankfully that was a thing. In the case of if you're watching on YouTube and you are not following on Twitch, that is where we do everything live, so that you can participate in chat, like our chat poll. Eventually, there will be more things for chat to do, maybe, ? As far as during the sessions. We'll find out what more we can incorporate for you guys to have ways to spend your channel points, because I know that you've all been sitting on them. So let's get some opinions in our Discord about what you think we could do with that more. So yeah, anyway, let's find somebody to raid, and if you have the emotes, you can spam them. I am going to go straight to bed, but you all are welcome to watch whom we raid. Usually it's a good friend of the channel, so always go give them love. But until then, we will say goodnight to Night City for the time being and come back next week with more Stargazers. So, say goodnight, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Night.